never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Pope Francis is once again calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and the release of all Israeli hostages. The Pope's renewal for the call came during Sunday's Easter Mass. The Pope speaking about other world events including Ukraine, Haiti, Sudan, and other places experiencing destruction. The Vatican saying around 60,000 people came to St. Peter's Square for Sunday's Mass. President Biden's White House is banning religious-themed Easter eggs from its annual Celebrating National Guard Families art contest. A flyer for the contest clearly states that all Easter egg art submissions must be free from questionable content, religious symbols, overtly religious themes, or partisan political statements. This as the Biden White House also issued a proclamation declaring Sunday, March 31st, Easter Sunday, as Transgender Day of Visibility. The Trump campaign reacting to both moves by saying, quote, "These are just two more examples of the Biden administration's year-long assault on the Christian faith." Recovery efforts are ongoing following the deadly collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore last week. Maryland Democratic Governor Wes Moore joins Fox News Sunday to provide an update.
The thing that we know is there will be an ongoing investigation. There needs to be an ongoing investigation as to what happened. I want that investigation to be speedy and for anyone who needs to be held accountable to be held accountable. And at the same time, we have got to get this channel opened. We have got to get commerce flowing again, and we have got to rebuild the Francis Scott Key Bridge.
The governor says conditions remain unsafe for divers as officials say some of the 13 containers with hazardous materials on the ship leaked into the water. With no winner in Saturday night's Powerball jackpot, Monday's drawing is worth $975 million. This is USA News.
Hey, here's a question. After you wear your clothes, you toss them in the washing machine, right? Nobody wants to wear dirty clothes. So how come you don't throw your shoes in the washing machine when they get dirty? I mean, come on. Your shoes are touching the filthy ground all day long. Gross. Well, with Skechers, you can. Because most Skechers are machine washable. That's right. Skechers are specially made so you can toss them right in the washing machine and keep them clean and looking new. And when they look new, you can confidently wear them longer. That's less shoes you're going to want to throw away, which means less waste. And it'll save you tons of dough. I love that. Plus, machine washable Skechers are for the whole family, men, women, and kids. So when your kids get their shoes dirty, and we know they will, just wash them. Brilliant. And even our latest technology, new hands-free Skechers slip-ins are washable. You just step right in and go without bending down or even touching your shoes. So give your Skechers the same treatment you give your clothes. Just toss them in the washing machine and keep them looking brand spanking new. Find machine washable Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear happens to be sold.
As tensions rise between the United States and China, U.S. Marines are working to restructure operations in the Pacific for fear of attacks. Speaking on Fox and Friends Weekend, Florida Republican Congressman Michael Walz says this will make America's military more effective.
Thousands of Marines loaded into large ships, I don't think make as much sense anymore. This is small groups with drones, hopping around on islands, electronic warfare. We have to assume that our satellites are going to be knocked out, that we're going to be under a massive cyber attack.
NYPD officer Jonathan Diller was killed in the line of duty on March 25th. Thousands attended his funeral on Saturday. Nassau County Police Commissioner Pat Ryder is frustrated by New York State leaders.
You can't make a policy that is against what the law says. And right now, in the world of bail reform and discovery, it hurts the way we go and do our cases.
More than 100 officers packed the courtroom as a suspected gunman and illegal immigrant, 34-year-old Guy Riviera, was arraigned. The Truckee, California Fire Department says there were no survivors after a small plane crash in Truckee in the Sierra Mountains on Saturday night. According to FlightAware, the flight originated out of Centennial Airport in Colorado. The NTSB and FAA are investigating the scene. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Deutsch, and if you or your business owe money to the IRS, I've got great news for you. Tax laws have changed. Billions of dollars are earmarked for IRS Fresh Start programs, and if you qualify, you can literally save tens of thousands of dollars. Listen, I know what you're going through. Call me if you want to speak with a tax attorney or tax professional for free.
800-284-9275. That's 800-284-9275.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty then, how about it? According to the clock on the wall, it's a new day. As we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone, closing out Easter weekend. How was your weekend? All things said and done, I'd give it a 2 thumbs up. Beautiful Good Friday. And then Easter Eve, Saturday, little rain came through Sunday morning. I thought it may wash out the Easter egg hunts, but we got a reprieve from the rain through the afternoon hours. More rain in the offing. You know, Old Man Winter's not done yet either. Wow, where do we begin? First things first, welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios as we roll into the greatest day of the week. Ah, yes. First day of April. Who's going to get you today? April Fool's Day. Be on your toes. Be alert. Meanwhile, yes, if you love a rainy night, it's your kind of night in and around the Chicago area. Yeah, even some thunderstorms. Torrential rain is going to be the word for the next several days. Yeah, a pretty broad area of flooding concerns in the heart of the Ohio Valley. Flood watches from southeastern Indiana, northern Kentucky, about the southern half of Ohio, and much of West Virginia. The entire zone is looking at a big-time soaking rainfall. But what could be Mother Nature's form of a cruel April Fool's joke if you're a fan of the warmer weather? Well, it's going to be a reality for the Great Lakes in the Northeast here in the early days of the new month, meaning February-like cold and, yes, heavy snow in the offing. Yeah, this storm making a cross-country trek over the next several days ultimately will bring a flurry of impactful weather from coast to coast, including the risk for an all-out winter storm from mid to late week this week. Yeah, the accumulating snow risk stems from the same storm that's going to bring a multi-day stint of severe weather early in the week across the central and eastern USA. Along that northern flank, cold air rushing in from Canada will allow rain to change over to snow, returning wintry weather about midweek. Now, their severe weather may be what's garnering the most attention on the southern flank. The northern side shouldn't be ignored. Now, here we are making our way into Monday. Tuesday, there's going to be enough cold air in place for snow to develop across parts of Wisconsin and northern Illinois. From there, snow evolves in an all-out snowstorm that will extend eastward across much of lower Michigan by Tuesday night. The late-season wet snow could snarl travel in some areas. Not out of the question. A few flakes could even mix in with some rain in places like Detroit and Chicago. Now, exactly where the center of the storm develops once it gets toward the coast in terms of north versus south, that's going to determine the southern extent of what will be heavy snow that is certain to fall on parts of the Northeast. Yeah, not often are we talking this late in the season feet of snow, but that is the reality. Yeah, we're talking 1 to 2 feet of snow in the Green Mountains of Vermont, White Mountains of New Hampshire, and over much of central and northwestern Maine. Some areas could see snowfall totals approaching 3 feet. If you could, I hope you haven't packed away the snow blower and the snow shovels yet. Should the storm develop far enough to the south, the heaviest snowstorm of the season could actually be rolling into the Boston area. Not only will the heavy snow be a concern, but gusty cold winds mid to late week as the storm intensifies along the Atlantic coast. Several days of cold winds will accompany and follow this storm that's going to be a very slow mover. That's why we're talking the heavy accumulations. It may seem like winter finally showed up. Where is that groundhog? Punxsutawney Phil? We've got it out for you. And it's not an April Fool's joke. Cold air pressing on the backside of the storm will have some staying power, keeping that April chill in place through late this week. Temperatures into the day by Friday with lingering snow showers and blustery conditions will continue across a majority of the interior Northeast. Now, many in that region may be getting tired of wintry weather, but this early season or early April snowfall will be a boon for the ski resorts that are still open in New England, and maybe will help extend that season well into the month of April here. But first things first, prior to bringing the snow to the Northeast, rain is going to be the concern. A broad area, 2 to 4 inches, with higher amounts on portions of Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, and Pennsylvania from now till Tuesday night. Rainfall, 7 inches will be the number for some by Tuesday night. Following the barrage of heavy rain and severe weather between now and Tuesday, you'll see a bit of a break for dry weather for several days in the middle and latter part of the week. That may allow some of the smaller streams and secondary rivers to recede. More heavy rain seems likely from parts of the plains to the portion of the Mississippi Valley before the middle of the month. We're talking a several-week wet weather stretch as more storms roll out of the western USA, reemerging over the plains. That moistening process resumes with more drenching downpours and severe thunderstorms. This overlapping rain from one round to another round increase the risk of flooding along the way. The downpour zone will extend from central Texas to the mid-Mississippi and Ohio Valley, and rolling into maybe even next weekend and continuing in the second week of April. All this rain, the runoff through mid-April, will gradually work its way into the secondary rivers and then our main tributaries, the Ohio and Mississippi rivers. Now, enough rain may lead to significant rises on secondary rivers, and the surge of water moving downstream on the Ohio and Mississippi should be enough to alleviate any low water level concerns for much of the spring, maybe even into the first part of summer. Now, over the past 2 years, we've talked about the lower water levels on the main stem of the Mississippi River impacting the tug and barge operations there. River levels tend to drop from midsummer to the winter, barring any major storms. The cloud cover that's going to be in play, they're now beginning to look ahead to 1 week from today. The great solar eclipse of 2024, where millions will be traveling to be in the totality zone. And they've been saying for quite some time, this is the time of year where much of the country contends with cloud cover. Some will keep their fingers crossed. Forecasts will obviously change between now and next Monday, but get ready for the big event. So some of our travelers' weather around the country tonight. Looking at some of the heavy rain, let me kind of zoom in here. Northern Indiana. All the rain is north of Indianapolis, but the Lafayette, you're beginning to dry out. You're in heavier rain from Fort Wayne to Toledo, Ohio. There's a line of showers and thunderstorms extending along that zone, crossing I-75 from north of Cincinnati, north of the Dayton area there, extending south of Columbus all the way over to Parkersburg, West Virginia. That's kind of the leading edge of the bigger bulk of rain that's going to continue to expand. Rains from Toledo, Ohio, all the way back to nearly Waterloo, Iowa tonight. That's, again, just the beginning. There's a frontal boundary that's pretty much stalled out across the region, and every little burst of energy along that front is going to be bringing round after round of heavy rain, thus the concern for flooding over the next couple of days. All right, how was your Easter weekend? We contended with a bit of rain there in Richmond, racing activity. It was a late night race, but they did finally get it in. Of course, I was snoozing, so I lose. I didn't get to see the race, but looking at the breakdown and some of the highlights from NASCAR's website, tempers flaring on the track this past evening. Denny Hamlin comes out the victor. So you got Denny Hamlin, yes, Toyota in winner's circle. Victory lane. Joey Logano finishing second with a Ford. Kyle Larson rounding out the top three in a Chevrolet. Rest of the top 10, Martin Truex Jr., Chase Elliott winding out the top 5. Christopher Bell, William Byron, Brad Keselowski, Chris Buescher, and Tyler Reddick. Top 10 from Richmond this past evening. How about Major League Baseball fans? Kicked off the season there Thursday. A big day around the league. A lot of action over the weekend. We'll break more down on that coming up. And, of course, the round of 16, Sweet 16 taking place over the weekend. Now we're getting down to the nitty-gritty. Who's left in March Madness? Who goes all the way? How's your brackets looking? Meanwhile, around the country, as always, we kick off the new week at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Oh, and by the way, a weather update brought to you by Big Daddy Walker Productions. Coming up, we'll give you more details as to here, April 1 and April 2, Monday and Tuesday. Concerns of could be a pretty significant severe weather outbreak with the same storm that later this week will bring the heavy snow to the northeast. They tell us all modes of severe weather, including tornadoes, are likely from the southern plains to the Ohio Valley. Storms packing big hail may extend to the mid-Atlantic region as we head toward midweek. But there is and will be a significant risk to lives and property here in the first couple of days and even nights of April. Again, we'll give you all the details coming up here. Meanwhile, Powerball. It's approaching the $1 billion mark. There was not a winner Saturday night. Jackpot climbs to an estimated $975 million. Continuing a nearly 3-month stretch without a big winner. Winning numbers 12, 13, 33, 50, 52, and the red Powerball was 23 Saturday night. No one has won Powerball's top prize since New Year's Day, when a ticket in Michigan hit at the time for $842.4 million, bringing the number of consecutive drawings without a winner now to 38. Now, that winless streak is getting close to the record of 41 consecutive drawings, which were set twice, once in 2021 and again in 2022. The $975 million is for a sole winner who would choose an annuity paid over 30 years. If you opt for the cash option, which most do, that would be $471.7 million. Could you handle that? Of course, then after Uncle Sam, and if you're in a state that taxes lottery winnings, you can knock off another 100 or 2 million. But as the prize grows, the drawing attracts more ticket sales, and those jackpots subsequently become harder to hit. Now, the game's long odds for Saturday's drawing were 1 in 292.2 million. So I believe Powerball's Saturday nights and Tuesday nights, I believe. get kind of confused because the Mega Millions Friday night and I believe Monday night. I'll double check on that. I think the news guy said something about Monday night. I believe it's Tuesday night. Either way, hello to Philly Dan. How was your Easter weekend? Dan says it's that time again. Hope everybody had a great holiday weekend. Good afternoon. There's Larry at the New York, New Jersey line, 49 degrees tonight. Hello to Roy checking in. The Arizona window truck out doing that thing again. Everybody be careful and God bless. All right. Jerry says, good morning, everybody. Big rain, lightning here in Kokomo, Indiana. Thank you to everyone for moving that freight up and down the road so we can enjoy our lives. And thank you, Steve, for your service to this amazing profession. Norman checking in from the cabin in the Colorado mountains, taking a couple weeks off to relax. All right. Everybody have a good morning. Well, thanks for checking in. Even on your off time there, Norman, enjoy. Hello, Marianne. Good morning, Steve. The overnight family, Marianne's doing well. Steve checks in. Let's see. Good morning, Steve. It's Dave checking in from Parsonsfield, Maine. Uh-oh. How you feel about that forecast? It's going to be an interesting week. Lots of heavy snow and ice coming back. Boy, oh boy, after 13 days listening to that generator singing as he was out of power after the ice storm, it is still wintertime in the state of Maine. Yes, indeed. 13 days without power. Wow. So you just got it back, and now you're looking for the heavy snow? All right. Hello to Glenn, everybody. Good morning, Steve. Everybody, be safe out there tonight. Hope everybody had a good Easter. Jeffrey in Florida. Good morning. Hope you had a good holiday. Glad to see you back. No more days off, please. You know, that kind of it caught me by surprise. I think I did get around to maybe mentioning it once or twice there on our Thursday morning program. I had totally forgot that at Hot Shot Secret and Lubrication Specialties Incorporated, Good Friday is a holiday for the company. And I got that email from Mindy late Wednesday night, heading into Thursday morning, letting me know we've already sent the program. We've got it loaded for Facebook, and the Talk Media Network was already downloaded. I'm like, okay, 3-day weekend. Okay, how about that? Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Hello, Pappy. It's the greatest day of the week. Somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust, Steve's throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna in the Hot Shot Secret hidden bunker. Stay Bill your lane. The overnight drive is hammered down. April 1. Don't be fooled. Are you with me? How about that? Yeah, speaking of stay Bill your lane. Yeah, the proof is there. I finally, seeing as the grandkids were coming over for Easter Sunday, we had the Easter egg hunt in the damp grass, but at least it wasn't raining anymore. But Saturday, the princess said, you've got to cut the grass. Now, this time of year, I mean, you'll have a patch where the grass may be 5 inches tall. In other areas, it's barely even starting to come back to life here in the spring. Now, that's because I don't do all that Scott's treat the yard stuff. Neighbor's already cut his probably a half dozen times in the past few weeks. But I did pull out the mower, gave it a quick prime, and I believe it was on the second pull. She fired up, and we were off and running for the new year. No spitterin', sputterin', thanks to Staybill, which I remember to treat that gas as we were heading into the winter months. Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia, 63 degrees. Had an absolutely beautiful Easter Sunday with the grandkids, parents, friends, and great food. Had one of my trucks break down last Thursday in Nashville. Hopefully it'll be finished maybe tonight. $5,800 in repairs. Wow. All right, if they finish it tonight, I can take off most of this week. If not, I'll be working in Nashville and a delivery in Sea Island, Georgia. Got the fingers crossed. Sounds like you had an excellent Easter weekend with the family, and that's great. Have a great night out there, everybody. Be careful. Let's see. There's Miss Millie. Good morning, Steve. Hope everybody had a wonderful Resurrection Easter Day and weekend. Have a great night, great week ahead. Be safe with all the storms moving in. And as always, be blessed. Santa Claus, top of the morning on the West Coast there. Good evening, I should say, right? 56 degrees. He's actually on the Las Vegas Strip tonight. All right, Santa Claus out. Don't leave all your money there. They'll be happy to take it from you. Let's see. Baseball. Braves lost, but they took the series. I heard the Reds won. I know Reds won on opening day. They had a bullpen failure, losing it at the end of the game there for Saturday's game. Yeah, and I tuned in briefly. The kids were having the Easter egg hunt. They were down a run or two. I'll double check. Did they win that series? But yeah, baseball is back for a new season. All right, weather in Georgia is going to be fantastic for April Fools. Then it's going to get cool, and they're saying maybe even cold again. Mother Nature, make up your mind. And quickly, Kevin says, good morning, Stephen. The overnight cruel Pap is on board. Good morning. Santa Claus said, like everywhere else, food prices have gone crazy here in Sin City. It's always more expensive there to begin with. I could only imagine. Sticker shock, right, when you look at the menu. It is 844-3388. A brand new day, a brand new week. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Laura Winters. It is March 31st, Easter Sunday, Mass being held at the Vatican in Rome.
The outpouring of grief for this young man is real and it is raw. When you see the photos of him with his wife and young son, our hearts break.
That is New York City Mayor Democrat Eric Adams.
Today we mourn the tragic death of one of our own, police officer Jonathan Dillard, the husband to Stephanie, the father to young Ryan. Hero to all New Yorkers and all Americans.
Thousands of police officers from across the country and Canada at the funeral Saturday for fallen New York City police officer Jonathan Dillard in Massapequa, New York. He was 31 and on the force just 3 years. Officer Dillard shot and killed during a routine traffic stop in Queens by a career criminal, a man with a long rap sheet, 21.
I'd like to introduce you to our new sponsor, Get the Tea. Get the Tea carries all natural, non-GMO organic teas and supplements made in the USA. Get the Tea's ingredients are the purest available. My favorite is Life Change Tea. Life Change Tea is a gentle daily cleanse containing 12 herbs that when combined really keep things moving. I drink it every day and my energy has never been better. I'm feeling great. Life Change Tea comes in 3 delicious flavors, natural, peppermint, and pomegranate. It's an easy and delicious way to keep your digestion on track. And for those on the go, try D365. D365 is Life Change Tea in a capsule. Drink the tea or take D365 capsules and keep your digestion running smoothly. Go to getthetea.com and enter discount code USA to get 10% off any size order. That's getthetea.com, discount code USA for 10% off your order.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, happy April 1 as we close out Easter weekend. Hello to Tanya. Good morning, Steve, out here listening in. Have a good show. Be safe out there, all you truck drivers. All right. Pappy chimed in about Staybill. Thumbs up as well. I fired up the lawnmower on Saturday. I don't have a prime on my mower. Fourth pool, fired right up. No sputter, no smoke. Ran like a champ. There you go. Thank you. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Where shall we begin? Brain dead? Is it like Friday Eve or something like that?
Yeah, how was your weekend, buddy?
I had a good weekend. Very, very, very good weekend. Yeah, thank you.
Well, you know, mine was going to be, but my ex-wife called me. We had some stuff stored over at her place. She goes, I'm just letting you know you need to come get your crap out of here because we're moving.
Oh, boy.
Crap. Work overnight, get off, say, like 10, 11 in the morning, go over there, move a few things. And yeah, it's been a crazy weekend because we're getting prepared to be moving, too, here in the next few months, too. So, anyway, Steve, we got a lot going on in the world of sports. So, where do you want to start? We got a little NASCAR. We got a little bit of baseball, basketball, and yes, Steve, we even got some football news, too. So where do you want to start at today?
So what was the deal with tensions flaring on the track this past evening? I didn't catch.
Me neither, because, because we pretty much got the same schedule. I got to be in at 10:30. The only thing I saw was Hamlin won the race, and Hamlin was one of the ones I know that run predominantly well at Richmond. So now we're off to Martinsville and the little paperclip. Now, one of the other tracks that I really like, because that goes back to the early days of NASCAR. But let me go back to when we raced at the road course, Steve. Did you see that Marco Andretti, the Truck Series driver, lost his rear axle? Did you see that?
Did not. No.
Yeah, it was late in the race, and he had come around one of the curves, and the whole back axle came out from underneath the truck. And, of course, NASCAR decided to confiscate the truck for further research and development.
Yeah.
Also, too, after the race last Sunday at the Circuit of Americas, Kyle Busch and Christopher Bell had a few heated words. Not quite as bad as Joey Chase. Did you see that in the Xfinity race at Richmond?
I haven't got a chance to see any racing action yet this season there, Brain Dead.
Oh, well, you've got all that big-time money and the days off. I mean, I figured you'd at least Wednesday be having a skull buster,
Yeah,
too.
right.
What is his name? Bear with me a minute. Dwanson Cram ran him up the track, wrecked him out. So on the parade lap, when they're doing the caution lap, Joey there decided to take the rest of his rear bumper and throw it at his car. Kind of reminds me of the old Tony Stewart throwing the helmet at Bristol, if I remember right.
Okay, so did he get called to the? Did he get called to the trailer for a few words?
I'll give you 3 guesses and 2 don't count.
Okay, absolutely.
I imagine so. But anyway, did you hear about the sinkhole that was discovered underneath North Wilkesboro? Did you hear about that?
That I did. I saw that it maybe the old moonshine still is what they were alluding to.
Yeah, buddy, because they were running hot and heavy. But now one of the latest rumors that have been squashed, and I did read this during the last week, NASCAR went to Long Beach, whoever runs the Long Beach Speedway out there, and was trying to get the race out there because they demolished Fontana. They've been kicking around the idea of Dodger Stadium. So they were kicking around the idea of holding the race at Long Beach where the Grand Prix runs. And I would really like to see that. As a fan, I would really like to see, because that's kind of one of the crown jewel events for IndyCar. Well, the people that own that track, or the what do you call it? Yeah, the track, they said no. They don't want any NASCAR here. They don't want Formula One. They don't want anything but IndyCar. And me personally, sorry, you're killing your revenue stream. That's what you're honestly doing, because that could bring more fans to you, because NASCAR is fairly popular out there in the LA area. So let's get to some baseball news, Steve. I know you were reading the scores there for a minute. And yes, I know my Cardinals did suck. They won 1 out of 3 games with the Dodgers, but the Dodgers are going to be pretty popular. Going to be pretty hot this year.
Okay.
We do have an update with Ohtani. Okay. Now we do know Ohtani's interpreter is more than just an interpreter for him. He was actually one of Ohtani's closest friends. And he was also. He was one of Ohtani's close friends. Now, Will Ironton, who is a performance operations, has now come in to be his interpreter, because he is slowly learning English. But like I said, slowly learning English. Now, the IRS now and Homeland Security has now picked up the case on Ohtani's behalf and is investigating Ohtani's interpreter along with the guy Bowers. Now, it's also been reported, too, that Ohtani's interpreter did not make the trip back from South Korea, because I imagine that the IRS and them are wanting to question him. But here's my thing, though, and I've always said this before. Yes, Pete Rose did bet on baseball. He admitted it free and clear. Pete should be in the Hall of Fame based on stats alone. That's going to be one of these stats that you're never going to break, ever. You're never going to break it. Like Cal Ripken's, all-time start record. Babe Ruth's home run record. There's several other records that will never be broken. So at least put him in the Hall of Fame under that way, because it does give baseball a black eye this year. So
very interesting.
But anyway, so I do have a few more predictions for this year because I did hear a few more team names come up, and me and Demon, we are probably some of the hardcore Cardinals fans. The Cardinals should close slightly above 500 during the season. In the offseason, they did address the main issue, which was pitching. They quickly signed Kyle Gibson and Lance Lynn and Sonny Gray. They also signed Brandon Crawford to be a backup infielder. They also did have a lot of great players they do have a lot of great players in the farm system that they're going to be coming up in the next few years. So they're going to have a tough series with the Braves and the Dodgers. And I bet Nolan Garman will crack the 40 home runs, and Jordan Walker will hit 30 this year. Now, Lauren Weiss, he's the closet Royals fan, right?
I believe so. Yes.
Well, the Royals did a lot of picking up in the off season. They really knew what their problems was. They picked up Seth Lugo and Michael Wacha for the pitching rotation because that was one of the things that they were lacking on last year was pitching. Also, too, they did pick up Will Smith, Nick Anderson, and what's his name in the bullpen. Hunter Renfroe and Adam Frazier and Garrett Hampton will supply some depth to the field. Now, this is the thing, though. Bobby Witt last year fell one base shy of the 30-50 club. But this year, he's going to get there with 37 homers and 60 stolen bases. He'll also probably get a Golden Glove and be top 5 in the MVP betting. But with that said, they should get the 500 mark. Now, also, who was it that said about the Detroit Tigers, Steve?
I'm not sure. I think that was some of the Friday morning stuff.
Yeah. The Detroit Tigers, this will be the first time they won't have Miguel Cabrera for the first time in 2007. However, the youth movement is about to step up. Now, they got some really good names that are coming up this year. They also added some veteran pitchers to the rotation. In Kenta, I can't pronounce that name, but Jack Flaherty as well. Garrett Cole is going to be missing a few games, but he will get the Cy Young Award, and they will finish at the 500 mark, provided they stay healthy. So, but you want to take a break and come back in a minute? We hit some NFL news.
Yeah, okay. First of all, I want to, on a more serious note, I saw a little memory that was shared over the weekend of some dingbat that made coffee somewhere down the line, and you weren't familiar with non-ground coffee, dingbat? What the?
I was really tired, to my defense. Okay.
Okay.
The story behind the. What?
I was going to say, we got you on together there. Go ahead. I saw Dingbat holding on, so I got to bring her in here and get the rest of the story.
You want to catch that break and we come back?
Okay, we'll do that. It's a comical story. We'll share that coming up. As rolling into a Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secrets, powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, welcome back. It is 844-844-3388 as we kick off a brand new day and a brand new month, April 1. All right, go ahead. Who wants to share the story? Brain Dead, you want to? And is that where you got the nickname Dingbat?
Ding, 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 ding. No more calls, please. Tell them what they want, Johnny. Now, what it was back in 19, I worked for Yellow Freight and in Line Haul, and they didn't call me from the night before, and she was working an overnight shift and had just come in. And I said, told her, hey, can you make a pot of coffee? Because I'm going to go up front and work doing a few things in the office. She said, sure. So my now ex-wife had gone to the grocery store a few days earlier and had picked up some coffee, and I noticed it was whole bean coffee.
Correct.
And I put it in the very back of the cabinet. Okay. And this thing here decides to grab it, put it in the coffee pot, and perk it.
Well, I think the coffee bean needs to take a shower, you know?
Yeah, right.
That turned out to be a rather weak pot of coffee.
You think?
Uh-huh. Classic.
Well,
but
go ahead.
like I said, go ahead.
No, you go first.
All right. Let me get to this seriously. We got some major NFL news coming on. I know we got some NFL fans, but it was announced a few days ago that the Cleveland Browns, they will need $1 billion for renovations or $2 billion for a new dome stadium, which the city will chip in half of the tab. And the one other thing to remember is that the lease is up on this stadium in 2028. Now, last week they held the NFL winter meetings. Now, here's some neat little notes that you're going to need a slide ruler for. Tom Brady's possible ownership of the Raiders is still on hold, as the team owners still have to approve the sale. The Eagles and the Falcons are under investigation for meeting with the players before the trades. And also, too, there's a rumor that there will be an NFL game played in Brazil, possibly next season, between the Eagles and or the Browns or Packers. Now, like I said, Steve, you're going to need a piece of paper and a crayon for this one. They have a new kickoff rule. Did you hear about this?
Nah, not familiar.
All right. You ready to take notes?
Okay.
Okay. The new kickoff rule is similar to what they do in the XFL. Now, the kicker will kick it off at the 35-yard line, and the receiving team will be on their own 40-yard line. 9 members of the receiving team will be somewhere between the 35 and the 30-yard line. Now, if the ball lands in the 20-yard line to the end zone, the ball has to be returned. There is no more fair catch.
Okay.
After the ball is kicked, the kicker cannot go past the 50-yard line. If the ball lands between the end zone and bounces into the end zone, the ball still has to be returned. So, have you figured that one out yet?
How does that work? I mean, sometimes these kickoffs even go beyond the end zone. I mean, so somebody's got to be, you say it has to land. If we're going to land in the end zone, somebody's got to be there to run it back? Well,
no, if it bounces at the 20 and it rolls back into the end zone, it has to go out. Otherwise, if it goes into the end zone, then that's the same thing as going back to the 20.
Okay.
But also, April 25th is the NFL draft, and I am so looking forward to that, Steve. But I got to roll up here to Jonesboro. Y'all have a good morning, and we'll holler at you later.
All right, we're up to speed in the world of sports. All right, so Dingbat, you got an update for us? What's the word on FedEx? Have they come to an agreement for the pilots yet, or?
Well, right now, I see a lot of freight slowing down, but also a lot of meetings. Of course, there's little words here and there with pilots and everything like that, and all I do is just be like a soundboard to them and just absorb it all in, because everybody's like, I don't agree with this, I don't agree with that, I don't agree with this, and me and Braindead is, he's a Teamster, so I'm kind of a rock between a rock and a hard place right now. So I'm like, if they go on strike, I can't cross their picket line. If they don't, I'm safe. But other than that, I just gotta keep it quiet and see what goes on.
All right, and you're back on third shift now. Is that?
I am from 8:45 Central Daylight Time to 5 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
So, also, you saw, Braindead totally forgot that my Cubs won today.
Okay.
He totally forgot about that. But I think last week y'all were talking about addiction to the young man that was talking to at the Mid-America Truck Show.
Yes.
I'll tell him from my voice, congratulations. I'm going on 8 years. I know the struggle is real. Trust me, I've been through more hell and back, I should say, and every day is a struggle to me. But I just want to tell him congratulations. I know he doesn't know me personally, but I know where he goes, where you come from,
yeah,
per se.
Right.
But also another sports thing before I forget, Danny Hamlin is also a FedEx supporter, and I see all his. Not all his merchandise, but most of the people at FedEx has his merchandise, so it's pretty cool. Other than that, I'm just trying to do good and try to stay calm with FedEx Express, what's going on with them. So I hope everybody has a good night.
All right. Well, thanks for the update there. And now that you're back on third shift, you're with us probably all night long, as the song says. It is 844-844-3388. The big story last week, of course, the collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge. Yeah, some updates in regards to that. Let me start with the government has authorized $60 million for salvage efforts for the bridge. Let's see. It'll soon begin. That they got a massive CIA-linked floating crane that arrived in Baltimore, I guess, over the weekend. But they now tell us the salvage operation may not begin as seamlessly as government officials had hoped they would. Captain John Conrad, the CEO of G Captain, a website specializing in tracking the shipping industry, says the 984-foot Singapore-flagged container ship is apparently sitting on top of a high-pressure underwater gas line. Sources at ICS say ship salvage efforts will probably be delayed while that line is surveyed and additional risk can be assessed. He said the weight of the steel and the concrete that's laying over the bow of that ship is estimated to be 3,000 to 4,000 tons, if you could imagine. Now, he reported this late Friday night and said the news would be released on the State of Maryland's website. The National Pipeline Monitoring System database shows Conrad is correct about an underwater natural gas pipeline under the bridge. They shared some graphs and some charts. Now, besides fears about salvage delays, there are now mounting structural concerns about the vessel's hull and whether it's still seaworthy. They did say that sometime this week, I haven't heard exactly which day, but President Biden will be traveling to the Francis Scott Key Bridge after being criticized for not visiting disaster sites in a timely fashion, including, of course, most notably the toxic train disaster there in East Palestine, Ohio. So more on the massive crane that moved on location. This task is going to be clearing up, if you could imagine, 4,000 tons of debris. After the collapse there, 4,000 tons. That's just an incredible amount that's going to have to be moved. The crane is expected to expedite the monumental challenge of moving dangerous debris so the crews can resume their search for those missing victims. And somewhere down the line, get that cargo channel that's vital to the economy, the local and national economy, get that back up and run. More following a news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Pope Francis is once again calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and the release of all Israeli hostages. The Pope's renewal for the call came during Sunday's Easter Mass. The Pope speaking about other world events, including Ukraine, Haiti, Sudan, and other places experiencing destruction. The Vatican saying around 60,000 people came to St. Peter's Square for Sunday's Mass. President Biden's White House is banning religious-themed Easter eggs from its annual Celebrating National Guard Families art contest. A flyer for the contest clearly states that all Easter egg art submissions must be free from questionable content, religious symbols, overtly religious themes, or partisan political statements. This as the Biden White House also issued a proclamation declaring Sunday, March 31st, Easter Sunday, as Transgender Day of Visibility. The Trump campaign reacting to both moves by saying, quote, "These are just two more examples of the Biden administration's year-long assault on the Christian faith." Recovery efforts are ongoing following the deadly collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore last week. Maryland Democratic Governor Wes Moore joins Fox News Sunday to provide an update.
The thing that we know is there will be an ongoing investigation. There needs to be an ongoing investigation as to what happened. I want that investigation to be speedy and for anyone who needs to be held accountable to be held accountable. And at the same time, we have got to get this channel opened. We have got to get commerce flowing again, and we have got to rebuild the Francis Scott Key Bridge.
The governor says conditions remain unsafe for divers, as officials say some of the 13 containers with hazardous materials on the ship leaked into the water. With no winner in Saturday night's Powerball jackpot, Monday's drawing is worth $975 million. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
As tensions rise between the United States and China, U.S. Marines are working to restructure operations in the Pacific for fear of attacks. Speaking on Fox and Friends Weekend, Florida Republican Congressman Michael Walz says this will make America's military more effective.
Thousands of Marines loaded into large ships, I don't think make as much sense anymore. This is small groups with drones, hopping around on islands, electronic warfare. We have to assume that our satellites are going to be knocked out, that we're going to be under a massive cyber attack.
NYPD officer Jonathan Diller was killed in the line of duty on March 25th. Thousands attended his funeral on Saturday. Nassau County Police Commissioner Pat Ryder is frustrated by New York State leaders.
You can't make a policy that is against what the law says. And right now, in the world of bail reform and discovery, it hurts the way we go and do our cases.
More than 100 officers packed the courtroom as a suspected gunman and illegal immigrant, 34-year-old Guy Riviera, was arraigned. The Truckee, California Fire Department says there were no survivors after a small plane crash in Truckee in the Sierra Mountains on Saturday night. According to FlightAware, the flight originated out of Centennial Airport in Colorado. The NTSB and FAA are investigating the scene. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with this individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
right, thank you so much, and welcome back. And for those just joining us, maybe welcome aboard. Hope you had a wonderful Easter weekend. So we transition into a back-to-work Monday. A day that is anticipated to get very interesting as far as Mother Nature's concerned, a.k.a. severe weather. Weather update brought to you by Big Daddy Walker Productions. Now, some of the stronger storms we saw Sunday evening, just the mere introduction as to the magnitude and the scope of the power and aerial extent of thunderstorms that are coming today and Tuesday. Over the weekend, back on Saturday, thunderstorms with strong winds and hail up to $half size erupted from Indiana to West Virginia. Tonight, Sunday night into Monday, that same frontal zone lights up with more stronger thunderstorms, some hail, flash flooding, and strong gusty winds. Yeah, a few of those storms rolled through West Virginia and Virginia, affecting the race there at NASCAR's Richmond, Virginia race. The big days, though, in terms of the scope and intensity of severe weather will be today and Tuesday. Over the 2-day stretch, severe storms will extend along a 1,500-mile swath, home to at least 100 million people. For the day ahead, the risk of severe thunderstorms producing high winds, hail, flash flooding, and tornadoes will extend northeastward from central Texas to central Missouri, on eastward to southern Ohio. Within the northern part of the zone, encompassing part of the Midwest, more than one severe thunderstorm may directly impact some communities. Should the severe weather evolve to its full potential, some of the tornadoes that develop could be strong and the kind that are on the ground for more than just a couple of minutes. There is certainly a significant amount of wind shear with the atmospheric setup here. At the level of the atmosphere where the jets fly, conditions not going to be perfect for a major outbreak just yet. Now, that said, this could lead to cloud cover, but cut down on the daytime heating, which could hold some of those thunderstorms below the severe limit. The storms that erupt in the southern plains, parts of Oklahoma, Texas, southern Arkansas, may hold off to late in the day today. Storms further to the north, possible just about any time, Monday into Monday night. Tuesday, the severe weather threat shifts a bit eastward over the Mississippi Valley, but continues over parts of the Ohio Valley. It may extend all the way to the mid-Atlantic coast. Right now, they tell us the risk of severe weather Tuesday extends from southern Mississippi northward to southern Ohio, southern Pennsylvania, and Maryland. The risk of severe storms may exist in central Alabama, northern Georgia, parts of the Carolinas, and much of Virginia. Similar to Monday, all modes of severe weather will be possible on Tuesday. And that risk extends after dark. It could affect some communities during the late night hours. Make sure you have some sort of an audible means of receiving severe weather bulletins if you're going to be sleeping, as it could be life-saving. All right, going to be spending time outdoors. Of course, keep an eye out for changing weather. Move indoors with the first rumble of thunder. Now, as the rainfall repeats on into Tuesday night for parts of the middle Mississippi Valley to the central Appalachians, flash flooding is likely. The potential for small stream and secondary river flooding will be on the increase. If you live along unprotected areas of streams that are prone to flooding, be prepared for inundation. Some secondary roads may actually become blocked by flowing waters. Turn around, don't drown. All right, Eagle checks in here on a back-to-work Monday. How was your Easter weekend, Eagle?
Yeah, it's pretty good. I'm out here on the road right now, Steve. I didn't kick off this weekend. Yeah, I'm trying to make it back to, I don't know, I might go to Texas next week. I got some friends that's still in there. I don't live in Texas no more. Yeah, I might try to get an up-close personal view of this eclipse that's supposed to occur next Monday on April the 8th. So it's supposed to...
Hey, Eagle, can you check on your microphone? You're kind of cutting in and out there.
Okay, yeah. Can you hear me better now?
Yes, much better. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. I don't know what. I might have had the phone too far away. Well, let me turn the truck off. That might be another reason I got the truck running. Okay, yeah, Steve. Okay, yeah. Like I say, I'm out here on the road tonight, but I might try to get back to Texas for the next Monday for the eclipse, because it's supposed to have it's supposed to be some good viewing in Texas area for the eclipse next week. April the 8th.
Yeah.
So yeah, I might try to get an up close view of this, because I don't know when the next eclipse is going to occur. The last one that they had in 2017. Yeah, I told you I was in Florida when it went down, and it was like 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was pitch black dark. And it was like midnight in the middle of the day in Florida. So we'll see what happens this time. That this eclipse occurs. I don't know when the next one is due. Maybe you could check on that to see when the next one. I don't know when that's going to occur. But yeah, I definitely want to check that out. But yeah, I'm out here on the road trying to make this money. There's plenty of money to be made right now. I'm making more money I made in my life as of right now. Things are going real good for me. So hopefully it'll stay that way. We'll see what happens, in the future. Like I say, some very disturbing things, Steve. Unfortunately, it's still going on. I may have to get to Donald Trump later on tonight when I call back. But I want to focus on something tonight, Steve. I want to focus on something tonight. I want to talk about this bridge collapse. I talked to you last week, but I didn't have enough evidence to say what I'm about to say tonight. But before I say what I'm about to say, Steve, because see, I know you have a lot of people that listen to your show that like to correct other people on what they say and what they do, because they don't have no life as far as I'm concerned. So I'm speaking to those people before I say what I got to say. Because see, I see what I see with my own two eyes. I don't need somebody else to tell me what I didn't see. I'm just making that perfectly clear. What you see, what those people see with their eyes, Steve, they believe what they want to believe. I really don't care. But at this point, we have 6 individuals that lost their life. We got people that's under the water right now, probably still in the cab of a pickup truck at the bottom of this bay in Baltimore, Maryland. Now, I'm telling you what I saw. I reviewed this video. I've looked at this video over and over and over again, Steve, over the last couple of days. It is real clear to me. It's real clear to me, and it's real clear to a lot of other people that this was done on purpose. You look at that stack. You look at that smokestack on that ship, Steve. That stack has got black smoke coming out of that stack. That man was at full throttle when he made that hard turn towards that post that was holding up that bridge. As far as I'm concerned, and a lot of other people, and he knew he had to be at full throttle because to take down the whole damn bridge, he couldn't just barely bump it, and the bridge would still be standing right now. He had to be at full throttle, Steve. Anybody? There's other people that are professionals that have come to the same conclusion that I've come up with, that this was done on purpose. This was a terroristic act. President Biden has told another lie to the American people when he blatantly came on television and said that wasn't a terroristic act. That was a damn terroristic act. The reason why I can say this, Steve, even after over the weekend, I heard some more disturbing news about this. Not only the video, but guess what, Steve? What a big surprise. What a big surprise for any of these people dumb enough to believe what Joe Biden say. Believe it or not, the black box that was supposedly on this ship. Guess what? The last 2 minutes of the video or audio recording somehow disappeared. Somehow it got erased. I wonder how that happened. So we can't determine on if the ship was having mechanical problems or whether the ship was at full throttle when he hit that post. What a surprise that 2 minutes of the audio tape is missing. What a big surprise. And then guess what? Also, the video camera from where the driver of the ship, the deck where he's supposed to be standing at, guess what? That camera mysteriously malfunctioned. Wonder how that happened. Wonder how both of the things that could identify if this was done on purpose, both things mysteriously have mechanical difficulties. What a surprise. Okay, so here's how it goes, Steve. This was definitely done on purpose. We had another bridge that was hit by a barge in Oklahoma yesterday. I guess that was by mistake too. So all these things are adding up, Steve, to something real bad happening. This is a very important. You got a caller that calls you up. That truck driver lives there. He knows the importance of this bridge. We have freight sitting in Baltimore, that bay right now, that can't get the hell out of there or can't get in, and they have no idea of when they're going to be able to move all of this bridge and metal and everything else. Plus, the ship is leaking some kind of toxic material. I don't know what the hell that is leaking. Okay, so now we already know, Steve, this bridge, it took 5 years to build this bridge when it was built. Okay, I don't know how long it's going to take to repair this bridge. This has done a lot of damage to the infrastructure of the Baltimore area. People are unemployed. A lot of people are going to lose their jobs. A lot of people are inconvenienced. You got to drive all the way around Baltimore to get to your location because hazmats are not allowed to go in the tunnels. This is devastating. This has done some serious damage to the infrastructure. And by the way, Steve, let me ask you this question. I heard somebody say that the driver of that ship could possibly be from Ukraine. I heard somebody say, well, he still hasn't spoken. I still haven't heard from the man. Happened almost a week ago, Steve. Man still hasn't talked. I heard some knucklehead on TV this weekend say, well, maybe he doesn't speak English. Well, you ever heard of a translator, my man? They got a man that can translate Ukrainian language into the English language so we can get this man's point of view on what really went down the night that it happened. But guess what? He can't talk either. So people can't put two and two together. Plus, Steve, Joe Biden immediately came out after the ship hit the bridge and said, the United States, why we got to pay for the damn damage? Why is the United States responsible for paying for that bridge when it wasn't a United States ship that hit that damn bridge? But now all of a sudden the U.S. taxpayers are responsible for that. The whole thing adds up to something very strange and something fishy going on. Now, one other thing I want to talk to you about, Steve, before I hang up with you, and that's this situation in New York City with this police officer that was gunned down by a man. That's right, Steve. This man had been in trouble with the law 21 times, man. 21 times this man had been arrested and in and out of court due to that big fat piece of garbage, Bragg, the DA, district attorney of New York City area. And can you believe, Steve, that he had the nerve to try to attend that man's funeral, the wake over the weekend? The governor, she had the nerve to try to go in. This fake mayor, all these guys are nothing but liars, and they ought to be ashamed of themselves. This man lost his life to a man that shouldn't have been on the street to begin with, and she tried to attend the man's wake, and the people told the man's wife told her to get the hell out of there, and that's exactly what she should have did, because she's responsible for her husband being dead right now. This guy Bragg, he's responsible for those Venezuelan men kicking the hell out of those police officers a couple of weeks ago that you seen on video and then releasing them. And the only reason he brought them back to justice because he caught so much heat. But I'm going to say this about Donald Trump right quick, Stick, before I hang up with you, to show you what kind of a man Donald Trump is. While Joe Biden, Barack Obama, and Bill Clinton were in the same town on Friday afternoon for the wake of that man, they didn't even show the decency to say nothing good about that police officer. Donald Trump went to that man's wake And guess what Donald Trump did, Steve? He didn't even have to do it. Donald Trump knows nothing about that woman, knows nothing about that woman's husband. Donald Trump paid off the mortgage for that woman's home, so she will never have to worry about having a place to live for the rest of her life. Donald Trump took money out of his own pocket and paid for the mortgage to that woman's home of the fallen police officer. And I want to ask those people that support Joe Biden, what did Joe Biden do for that fallen police officer? And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, the data recorder he was talking about. I hadn't heard that there were a couple of minutes that disappeared. I mean, as of late, I think Friday morning it was brought up. Well, why haven't we heard anything from the pilot of the ship and whatnot? And most would say, hey, in an investigation like this, don't say anything. Yeah, mum is the word. They did tell us the National Transportation Safety Board did last week, I guess it was sometime Wednesday, finally board that ship, the freighter. The two pilots and the crew are on the ship. They're still on the ship, as it's obviously still anchored and stuck in the harbor channel. But they started interviewing the two pilots and the 21 regular crew members, according to the safety board chief. They also started reviewing information collected from the data recorder, including radio traffic between the pilot and the shore-based authorities. The pilot, they do say, was heard calling for tugboat assistance several minutes before the crash. The first indication of distress to harbor officials. That was followed by a radio report that the ship had lost all power and was approaching the bridge. Of course, the video footage we've all seen a million times showed the ship's lights winking off and then back on briefly before the lights go out again. She did say the recorder data was, quote, consistent with a power outage, but that an actual blackout had yet to be confirmed. The recorder also picked up commands to the crew to drop anchor, presumably aimed at slowing the vessel. Now, the safety board investigator said data showed that the Dolly, this is a big ship. I mean, there are much larger, but this thing is like 3 football fields in length. It was piled high with those shipping containers moving at about 8 miles an hour when it struck the bridge. Now, she said the bridge, while deemed to be in satisfactory condition from its most recent inspection last year, it was constructed in such a way that failure of one structural member would likely cause a portion or the entire bridge to collapse, which indeed it did. Further details of last-minute efforts to try to save lives emerged on Wednesday from some open-source recordings of emergency radio chatter from the moments authorities were alerted that the Dolly was drifting out of control toward the bridge. The message came over the police radio stating, "Hold all traffic on the key bridge. There's a ship approaching that has lost their steering." Voices being heard discussing the next steps, including alerting those work crew members to leave the bridge. One broke through to say the whole bridge just fell down. The audio was carried by the public streaming service Broadcastify, so it was too late. So Coast Guard at this point said first priorities now are to restore the waterway for shipping, stabilize the crippled vessel, and extricate it. Of the 4,700 cargo containers, indeed, they told us 56 of them were holding hazardous material, but they say there is no threat to the public. 2 containers that actually went overboard during the crash, but they did not contain hazardous material. The ship was carrying more than 1.5 million gallons of fuel oil. Said some of the hazmat containers aboard the vessel indeed had been breached. And, of course, they said last week they had noticed a bit of a sheen on the water surface there. So they've got some buoys out there trying to contain that. But So that was the word. Then the pilot had radioed for tugboat help. That's what they got from the black box data recorder. But new reports are also saying that the length of time for this recovery effort, the length of time it's going to take to rebuild this structure, appears, the headline from Breitbart, the job of rebuilding the collapsed Francis Scott Key Bridge is going to take a lot longer than many people initially thought, and it's going to cost a lot more money. I mean, they're talking maybe it could take a decade. That's the headline from Breitbart Digest. It'll take a decade and $2 billion to rebuild the bridge. So, see if I can get more details on that. But we're going to move ahead, get back with your calls at 844-844-3388. But they do tell us the workers on the scene face an incredibly complex job there. When you have a chance to see that wreckage up close, you fully understand the enormity of what we're looking at. Our timeline will be long, according to the governor. Now, recovering those still submerged victims is the top priority. That's the obligation to bring a sense of closure to these families. But first, we're conducting a full assessment of the debris pieces before they can be lifted out of the water. This appraisal is critical in determining how small to cut the bridge pieces so the cranes can begin the process of lifting them out. But this could have widespread economic fallout. I mean, this port, the largest in the country for cars and light trucks, I mean, they brought in and out 850,000 vehicles last year, apparently. Demolition workers may be able to clear a channel large enough for ships to pass through maybe in about a month's time after the required equipment arrives. And that's one of the big cranes that had arrived over the past weekend. But quite the task facing those workers. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update.
La speranza di partecipare alla sua vittoria sulla morte e di vivere con lui in Dio Padre.
Pope Francis presiding over the Easter Sunday service at the Vatican in Rome. Thousands turning out to pray in Vatican City. To Baltimore, Maryland now, where the first phase of the cleanup is underway. The FBI with a warning to anyone thinking of flying a drone over the wreckage of the collapsed bridge that they will be arrested. Crews are removing tons of metal from the water, the Navy bringing in cranes on barges. Here's Maryland Governor, Democrat Wes Moore.
Even after that initial lift takes place, there still needs to be an understanding of what forms of adjustments have happened. How has lifting that one piece and begin the removal process, how does that impact the remainder of the bridge that still sits inside of the bay?
And President Biden expected to visit the site next week. And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, they're calling it the once-in-a-lifetime experience. As Eagle said, he's going to try to make his way into that zone of totality, as millions of others will be doing 1 week from today. I came across an interesting breakdown over the weekend. It says if you haven't experienced a total solar eclipse, you haven't lived. Really? Next Monday, the rare, spectacular experience will be on offer to hundreds of millions of people, and most will miss it. Instead, having a peek at a partial solar eclipse, hundreds of miles from where the action really takes place in that path of totality. For many, a trip to that path will be impossible with work and school, family commitments, or an inability to travel. Millions of others, however, will be, and likely already have been, dissuaded from embracing the total solar eclipse because the media's obsession with traffic, safety, weather conditions. Yes, the traffic may be horrible before, during, and after the eclipse. Eclipse glasses may be in short supply by them. It might be cloudy, blocking the view. It's April, All these things could happen. How can the sight of the moon crossing the sun be worth all this fear and confusion? Well, it is. Nothing to fear, they say. The endless articles about the risks, the inconveniences, the annoyances are designed to play in your existing fear. You're forgetting why all those risks inconveniences and annoyances actually exist and why, in the long term, they're trivial. It is the most awe-inspiring sight you'll ever see in your life. Dr. Tyler Nordgren, an Ithaca, New York-based astronomer, he says, referencing the few minutes of darkness during the total eclipse, during which it's possible to actually remove your eclipse glasses and gaze with the naked eye at the sun's tenuous outer atmosphere, normally overwhelmed by the light of its surface. There's nothing more beautiful in nature, he says. Now, that moment of totality is so brief, so fleeting, you don't take your eyes off for a second. The stunning visual spectacle evokes a feeling of awe all by itself. Now, it's inevitable you're going to hear more about worst-case scenarios in regards to the eclipse versus reasons to go experience it. That's because most news journalists don't understand enough about total solar eclipses to convey their rarity and brilliance. Many seem unable to dispense even basic advice about the importance of being in that narrow path of totality. The three trivial issues are endlessly talked about. You're hearing nothing but traffic, lack of eclipse glasses, and the probability of terrible weather. But people sit in traffic every day. Eclipse glasses are always in short supply just before an eclipse. Now, the weather is only of relevance because totality is so spectacular, but it's usually framed in terms of should you bother? In his words, yes, you definitely should bother. Clouds are all driven by heating on the ground. So if the ground cools, clouds can dissipate. What surprises people is how rapidly those clouds can disappear. It can go from 70% cloud to 1% cloud cover in the space of 5 to 10 minutes. I did not realize that. Now, his advice is only listen to the experts. Experienced eclipse chasers roll their eyes at the lack of understanding around what's really important about a total solar eclipse. They've seen it all before, from eye doctors that say you shouldn't look at the totality with the naked eye, the TV presenters who claim their city will see 90% totality. It doesn't exist. The logic they offer is that there's no point battling traffic to visit that path of totality when you can get 90% of the experience by staying in your own backyard. They have no idea that a 90% partial eclipse is 0% total eclipse. You're either in the path of totality or you aren't. It's not a sliding scale. It's an in or out scenario. As I've said, I mean, the experts say even being in 99% totality is a proverbial night and day difference. Okay. If you've ever met anyone who's traveled to the path of totality back in August of 2017 and you regretted it because the terrible traffic afterwards, I doubt it. Traffic congestion is expected to be a major issue, especially on the interstates. Traffic impacts could be greater than the 2017 eclipse because of the increased number of major metropolitan areas that are into or close to that path. Now, those traveling into the path should arrive 1 or 2 days early and maybe just plan to stay an extra day. Now, for those one-day visitors, be prepared for heavy traffic. Allow extra time. If that puts you off, you've kind of misunderstood how irrelevant it's going to feel on April the 8th when you join the minority of humans to have ever experienced the wonder of a total solar eclipse. Now, what do you tell a skeptic? It's difficult because it's so hard to describe. It's a feeling. It's an amazing thing. the director of the Perry County Heritage Tourism in Perrysville, Missouri, chair of Missouri's task force on the 2024 Great North American Eclipse. He said, people ask why I'm working so hard for a mere 2 minutes and 40 seconds of totality. It's not the minutes, it's not the seconds we're working for. It's the lifetimes we'll inspire. Okay, so despite all the concerns, this guy says, if you can, get in that path of totality. Carolina Monkey Gouger, how was your Easter weekend?
Steve, it was a good Easter weekend. Got to hide Easter egg with the grandbabies and everything else. Before I want to get started tonight, I want to thank everybody that's prayed for this boy. And we got good news. He probably going to be home Friday.
All right. How about that?
So they took him off the vent Thursday night and got him to, mom and daddy's feeding him. We still can't see him. I mean, they won't let us in there. They just want the mom and daddy in there with him. But we're getting a lot of FaceTime. And funniest thing I've seen is, Mother Nature works funny things, but Biscuit talked to that baby every night before he was ever born, while he was still in mama's stomach. And for some reason, whenever we doing FaceTime, he hears her voice, he'll start smiling and open his eyes looking for her.
Really?
Ain't that crazy?
Wow.
Yeah, it's amazing. But, Steve, I mean, I just can't thank everybody that prayed for him, and it looks like we might be turning the corner. He's eating. He's alert. His numbers are good. So we're hoping Friday we're going to get to bring him home.
Well, that is a positive update. That's good news.
That was a good Easter. That's a good Easter weekend,
yes,
man. Everything going good. And I did get to talk to Ernie Frogie Friday night. He's in good spirits, and tell everybody. He said, I want to tell everybody on the show that he loves them, and thank you for the prayers.
Okay.
And we had a nice little conversation there. So that's about it, Steve. Other than that, we just can't wait to get this other grandboy home, and every time we show Boone wanted to FaceTime, no baby, out of baby. I told Jay, I said, you're going to have your hands full, sonny boy. I mean, you really got a mess on your hands. But I have figured out that this being, have a 2-year-old and a 7-year-old for the last 8 days, 9 days, Granddad ain't ready for this. I got things hurting on me that I didn't know I had, running and jumping and playing and skipping and hopping and picking up and doing this and doing that. I'm sore all over. I feel like a 90-year-old man, but it's a good hurter, Rick.
Right. So how much cash did Grandpa have to fork over yesterday to put in them golden eggs for the grandkids?
Oh man, let's don't even talk about that.
we stopped over at Little Avery Friday. We stopped over at Lauren's, and Avery was like, "How much money's going to be in the golden eggs?" And I said, "Well, how much you think should be in those golden eggs?" He said, "I think $40." I'm like, "What? Boy, $40? Are you nuts?" He wanted to buy he wanted $40 enough to buy a video game.
Yeah, these grandkids get expensive, don't they, pop off?
He didn't. They didn't get $40 in their golden egg. I can guarantee you that.
See, I think the prize they had $20 in it. They looked at me like, "What?" But hey, that's all the part of them grandchildren, man. But
yeah.
Look here, like I say, I wanted to call and tell everybody thank you, Steve. They just I can't even begin to name the people. There's thousands of them that have sent me emails and text messages, phone calls from all over the world. And, I tell you something, if people don't understand what kind of family we got at the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, when you need help, we got your back. and they surely have had mine. And I can't thank everybody enough. I really, really can't, because, I mean, first couple of days was touch and go, man. I tell you, I was shook up pretty bad. And but it looks like we might be turning the corner and everything's good, and we'll get out of here and let somebody else go to running. Now, I don't know when I'm going back to work. I told him I wasn't leaving. I got to hold that grandbaby. So whenever I get to hold him and get to look at him and touch him, I'll probably go back to trucking.
All right, good deal. Well, I appreciate the update. That's good.
Hey, I appreciate it, Steve. We'll talk to you later.
All right, that's the kind of news you like to get, right? Something on the positive side, you know. Many will say prayers being answered, correct? So we'll be right back. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Okay, back at it here. April 1, a.k.a. April Fools. What's happening, Jay Bird? Yes, sir.
Yeah, today's my son's birthday, 32 today, so I'm getting old.
Wow, how about that?
April Fools, baby. Yeah, that's good news to hear from Monkey Gouger. That's great. That's awesome. I want to address the whole bridge thing because nobody's much more of a bigger conspiracy theorist than I am, but I've spent about 15, maybe 20 minutes on boats of all different sizes, and here's what I saw. I'll give you, and all we can do is an opinion. We can't state none of this as fact.
Correct.
Because airplane crashes, I don't care what it is, you're not going to get any information. And I've seen the conspiracy theories on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it. But what I saw, and just from the little time I've spent on different size boats and all, what little bit I do know, they lost power that first time. And so once they lost power, they were in the channel, so they're doing almost 8 knots when they lost power. And you're talking about 100,000-ton ship. And you take your 80,000-pound truck, this is just food for thought, you got your 80,000-pound truck going down the road, and you mash your brakes, how long does it take you to stop? Now you think about that 80,000-pound truck going down the road, and you don't have any brakes, and you got to throw it in reverse with no brakes. Now, how long is it going to take you to stop and then start backing up?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if that was possible. But he lost power one time. Of course, they looked like to me that they got the generator fired up, and lots of black smoke was rolling out. There was no wind. Smoke weren't coming out of the stack on the port side the whole time. It went out, and then you see it come back on. And that to me was also another indication, as black as that smoke was, which they use bunk fuel, so it don't really burn that clean. But they were sort of drifting out of the channel, but I'm sure that he had it what they call full astern. He probably had it in full reverse. And those ships have one prop on them, and they're huge, man. They're as big as Volkswagen. They weigh several tons. So when you throw a prop that size in the reverse, even do it on a smaller boat, a skiff. I mean, if you were just throw it in reverse, not turn your motor, it's going to skag you most of the time to the left. But when he threw it in reverse, I mean, that's what turned the ship. He didn't turn the ship. I mean, that's just, it was Murphy's Law was in effect, because it's an old ship. There's records that it's poorly maintained.
Mm-hmm.
They've been having issues with it. So that ship had a lot going against it.
Yeah, and from everything, I mean, I had heard several reports that they were actually doing engine maintenance when it was there in Baltimore before heading back out.
Yeah, I saw those reports too. And here's another thing. You can do it right now. I can't think of it right off the top of my head, but you can go online right now. It's either called Marine Watch or Marine Radar, but you can see every commercial vehicle, where they're at, what their speed is, what their heading is in real time, live, as it's happening. And so when you take that information and you put it with that video, he managed to scrub about a knot off. He went from 8 knots to just over 7 knots before he hit the bridge. And my hat's off to the pilots, to the harbor pilots. I mean, they, you know, when we go on these cruises, you see the pilots get on and off the boats. That's because they're not up there controlling the boat, but they're telling the captain and the one who's actually, you know, they know those harbors, they know those waters like the back of their hand. They know where the deep water's at, they know where the shoals is at, they know everything that's going on. But my hat's off to that pilot for getting the word out, putting the Mayday out, and stopping that traffic from going across the bridge. And that's another thing, Steve. If this was terrorist and intentional, why don't you do it during the day? Why don't you do it during rush hour? When
when there could be dozens and dozens of vehicles on the ship at the time. I mean, on the bridge, yeah.
So and like I say, I mean, I don't believe nothing the government tells me. I question everything the government says. But we're not going to get any factual information. Everything's speculation until they do their investigation. And then when you start talking about maritime law and the national transport, I mean, I don't know how all that correlates, but maritime law is a whole different ballgame. And so we just got to wait for the facts to come out. But just from what I saw, and in my opinion, I just think it was just, like I say, it was just Murphy's Law. I mean, it was just catastrophic, and one thing led to another, and it just ended in disaster, and it's unfortunate, but that's what I think happened. That's just me. But
and that to me sounds like a very good explanation, Jay.
So did you have a good Easter?
Yes, we did. Yeah, I mean, I didn't get the normal sleep I would get on Sunday. I stayed up. We never do like an Easter dinner kind of thing, but for whatever reason this year we did the ham and the baked beans and the deviled eggs, macaroni salad, macaroni and cheese. Yeehaw!
I had a couple peanut butter sandwiches today, so you're making me hungry.
Right.
But yeah, I'm sure you probably needed that little break because you've been pretty busy the last week or so with the truck show, and I imagine you needed a little recuperation time.
It was very much appreciated. Yes, sir, it was. So you still rolling into New York City on a regular basis?
Twice a week. Generally, yeah, to Brooklyn. Matter of fact, I'm on my way back home now. I just came through. I just came the back way off of from Winchester back down to 95 to miss DC, but ran into a little bit of rain and all. But yeah, I still basically do two trips a week to Brooklyn.
All righty. Well, it's always good to hear from you, Jay.
All right, my friend. Have a good evening. We'll holler at you soon.
Appreciate you chiming in here on the greatest day of the week. a Monday. All these different numbers being thrown around, just like, as Jay just said, everything is kind of speculating. Will we get the true facts? Now, the Associated Press reported Friday that rebuilding that bridge could take anywhere from 18 months to several years. Now, that 18 months, they pinned the price tag at $400 million, or it could be more than twice that. Now, if anything, according to Bright, those are lowball numbers. The original bridge took 5 years to build, from groundbreaking to ribbon cutting. But the planning for that bridge began years before that, and it cost $141 million back in the 70s, or the equivalent of $375 million today. Simply adjusting for 1970s construction costs for inflation doesn't capture the picture of how much more expensive major infrastructure projects are today than they were 50 years ago. A Brookings Institute study of cost to build interstate highways found that states spent approximately 3 times as much to conduct a highway mile in the 80s than they did in the early 60s. Yeah, the study stops there because major infrastructure construction had almost ground to a halt since then. Well, pause there and kind of maybe explain a bit more and get back to your calls ahead on a Monday, April 1. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Laura Winters.
La speranza di partecipare alla sua vittoria sulla morte e di vivere con lui in Dio Padre.
Pope Francis presiding over the Easter Sunday service at the Vatican in Rome. Thousands turning out to pray in Vatican City.
I want to thank the Biden-Harris administration for accepting our request within a matter of hours. And I want to personally thank President Biden for his constant support.
To Baltimore, Maryland now, where the first phase of the cleanup is underway. The FBI with a warning to anyone thinking of flying a drone over the wreckage of the collapsed bridge that they will be arrested. Crews are removing tons of metal from the water, the Navy bringing in cranes on barges. Here's Maryland Governor, Democrat Wes Moore.
Even after that initial lift takes place, there still needs to be an understanding of what forms of adjustments have happened? How has lifting that one piece and begin the removal process, how does that impact the remainder of the bridge that still sits inside of the bay?
And President Biden expected to visit the site next week. The president has been at Camp David for the weekend for Easter with family. King Charles to attend the Easter service at Windsor Castle. This is his first major public appearance since he announced back in February that he is fighting cancer. King Charles is 75 years old, wife Camilla by his side. Not expected at the service, Prince William and wife Kate Middleton, as she is battling cancer as well. Heavy rain in California triggering intense landslides in Los Angeles. Some multi-million-dollar homes damaged. Staying now in California, fast food restaurant owners are gearing up for a new change in the law come Monday. That is when the minimum wage goes up to $20 an hour. Some say they'll be struggling to pay it unless they raise prices on food. And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Today we mourn the tragic death of one of our own, police officer Jonathan Dillard.
That is New York City Mayor Democrat Eric Adams.
The husband to Stephanie, the father to young Ryan, hero to all New Yorkers and all Americans.
Thousands of police officers from across the country and Canada at the funeral Saturday for fallen New York City police officer Jonathan Diller in Massapequa, New York. He was 31 and on the force just 3 years. Officer Diller shot and killed during a routine traffic stop in Queens by a career criminal, a man with a long rap sheet, 21 prior arrests. He leaves behind a wife and 1-year-old son. Stephanie Diller describing her husband's death as devastating and senseless. Diller promoted to detective, his wife given his new badge, number 110, his son's birthday. Soft on crime policies in New York City are being blamed for the officer's death. A new Fox News poll asking Americans, are you better off financially than you were 4 years ago? A stunning 52% say they are worse off. The poll finding 67% disapprove of President Biden's performance on immigration. Another massive migrant caravan of about 2,000 people heading toward our southern border with Mexico. Border agents bracing for this surge of illegals. A new Gallup poll finds immigration the number one problem facing our country today. And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operation operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Before we get back to your calls here on a Monday, in case you had missed it, I think we touched on it Friday morning, but looking into detention time once again. A research group turning to truckers to gain insight into some of the issues in regards to detention time. Last Wednesday, it was the American Transportation Research Institute launched a new survey for drivers to provide information on your detention experience. They said the new survey is part of a larger study being conducted that examines the effects of detention time, the long-standing issue in the industry. According to the ATRI Research Advisory Committee, they've identified the need for new research to document the widespread negative consequences for carriers, drivers, shippers, and the economy as a whole. Now, they say it is a confidential 23-question survey that asks drivers for demographic data as well as details on your experience with detention time, how it impacts your day-to-day life, your livelihood, and your perceptions of the industry as a whole. Drivers routinely rank detention or delay time at customer facilities among their top industry concerns. ATRA's president said this research will update our 2019 analysis on detention to see how and if things have changed in the post-pandemic era. I don't know about you, but it just seems to me we're constantly, let's do a survey. Let's do a survey. A survey, what does it change? Yeah, you did a 2019 survey. What did you do about it when the results came in? About 250 truckers did complete that survey in person there at the Mid-America Truck Show in Louisville. But the online version will be available to drivers through April the 26th. Let's do another survey. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Hello, Senor Heatwave.
Good morning, Senor. Well, I tell you what, it's been a rough 3-4 weeks now for me with this. Excuse me. They still make those Luden. I don't think they're cough medicines. I think they're just lozenges. And they taste pretty good, so much where it's almost like chain smoking. Once you get one done with one, you got to pop down another just so you can talk. But things must be getting better because up and down the US 93 here in Arizona, I've had to pull off to the side of the road and fill in some potholes or resurface some asphalt. So I've got two things to say to Arizona DOT. It's either I'm sorry or you're welcome. These roads couldn't get any better than what they are now. So, anyways, yeah, when you've got a ship that is that big, displacing I don't know how many tons of water, just with its weight empty, and then you're having that many cargo containers on there, and I'm sure they're all packed to the damn brim. That's a lot of kinetic force you got going, even if it's only going 8 or 9 knots an hour. That high pressure fuel line they're concerned about, is that running across, like with the parallel with what the bridge was running, or is that running parallel to the shores? Any idea?
That I'm not familiar. Couldn't say.
Sorry about that. Because I mean, if they're dropping that emergency anchor to try to slow them down, well, one, you're going down at least 25 feet, if not 30. You're trying to hit something, a rock or something, or dig into the bed to stop you.
Yeah.
But I mean, damn, if that pipe's going across your path, oh, that could have been a whole lot worse than what it was or what it is. And I think the only reason why Biden is going to go visit is because it's basically in his backyard. Now, I'm not sure where Rehoboth is in relation to where that Baltimore is, but I'm sure after all the hell he caught for not going down to West Palestine or East Palestine or whatever the hell that community is, he probably excuse me. He probably figured, or his people figured, boss, you need to go. We don't care how or when, but you need to go. Yeah, I'm going to have to let you go. I can't do it.
Right. That whole sinus infection thing's been getting him for days and days. Man, oh, man. Yeah, maybe use a nice adult beverage right about now. It's 844-844-3388. Hey, Mike, what day is it? Happy April Fools!
Right.
Yeah, hello, horse feathers. He must have had to step out of his truck for something. So let's put him on hold and come back, as I can hear the program in the background. What do you say, Philip? Happy Monday.
Hey, happy Monday. Back at it. Had a good rest yesterday. Saw a lot of things in another day in life. How'd yours go? Yours go pretty good?
Had a good weekend. Yes, indeed. Sure did.
Man, I hope Heatwave feels a little better there. He sounded a little rough there, man.
He's been dealing with this. It's a sinus infection, he said, but he's been dealing with it for about, 3 weeks or something now.
Oh, wow, that's pretty bad. Oh, man, I hope he gets a little bit better there, and it's good to hear about Gouger's young in there. We were all fighting for that one, I tell you. We don't want to hear anything about little ones being in trouble, I tell you, especially medically. About that ship, Heatwave was just talking about that high-pressure pipeline. They weren't so much worried about the anchor, per se. They're more worried about the bow of the ship because it's got a bridge sitting on top of it right now, and it's pushing the bow down because the bow is on ground. It's pushing the front of the ship down on that pipe, and that's what they're really concerned about right now. If you look on the marine maps, that pipe runs parallel to the bridge, and he was asking about that. It goes parallel to the bridge. There's actually some high voltage lines on the other side of the bridge that are off of the ship. They're long ways from it. But there's also an underground power line that runs under the stern of the ship. They're concerned about that, but not as much about because the ship is floating on that end of the ship is floating. So there's a lot of variables there. It ain't like you just pick the thing up and get it out of the way. It's going to be kind of methodically how we move weight off the boat to make it go up.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense, Steve?
Right.
So it's going to be a real tough process. I mean, The crew is still on the ship. Did you hear that, Steve? They're still hanging out on the ship.
The crew, and there were 2 pilots in the crew, and I don't know if you probably weren't with us in the first hour, and like over the weekend they said that it's actually setting supposedly on like a high-pressure natural gas line that ran along under the bridge there. Are you still with us, Philip?
Yeah, they got one of them spots over here by Altamont Springs, and it's where the cells kind of change up. Sorry about that, buddy. You were going in and out. I heard you say high pressure line. Yeah, it's sitting on a high pressure line.
Right.
That's what I heard
Right.
too over the
Correct.
weekend. And that high pressure line runs parallel to the bridge, and on the other side of the bridge is a power line. And the stern of the boat has a power line under the water, and it has a power line above it. So it's kind of put it in one of them positions to where, you got a lot of things happening at one time, and those guys cutting that stuff off. Do you see them, Steve? They're just using regular cutting torches out there, cutting on them big old girders and everything on that bridge. Seen some video footage of that yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Those cranes, 1,000 tons, biggest crane I ever seen on the ground in buildings down here was 500 tons. I've never seen anything bigger than that. And a 1,000-ton crane, man, that's a big piece of machinery there. That ain't nothing to play with. And that's some crazy stuff. I mean, that is just crazy stuff. I mean, when you're talking weight like that, and they're gonna take it over to a point that's just not too far away and salvage it out. I heard that yesterday. So, but that's all I pretty much got today. And before I go, Steve, did you hear about SpaceX, what they did Friday?
I did not.
They launched 2 rockets about 2 or 3 hours apart on Friday down here. And, well, actually, I think it was 3 hours apart, which was pretty impressive. And also, Steve, I wanted to ask you, did you hear of a landline story about a trucking company? It's a one-owner-operator trucking company who got an exemption. He's trying to get an exemption from the ELD because he has lack of funds to pay for it. Did you hear anything about that?
Yeah, I think we shared that maybe last week. And somebody said if you're going to get into the business, you should have the funds to start your business up. I don't know. What do you think about that request? It's been tried before, and none have ever succeeded. They always say no.
Well, the thing that kind of I don't understand about it, I mean, this is just down here in the state of Florida. If you're going to buy a base plate for a tractor, it's about $2,500. Now, how much does it cost to set up that ELD? It's basically like a cell service, right? It works like a cell phone, and you got to pay the monthly bill on it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's that exorbitant. But then, yeah, you got a monthly cost, but I don't think it's that much.
I don't think it costs you over a couple $1,000, does it? I mean, I might be wrong, but yeah, I've seen that story. I think it was Landline. Was that you look at Landline a lot?
Correct. Yeah, every day.
That's the one I seen it on, and I was like, okay, I mean, how much do you pay for all the collision avoidance stuff when you buy a new truck?
Yeah.
And how much are you're paying for all this stuff for your insurance with all these cameras? I mean, that's a monthly service, isn't it? I mean, you got to pay somebody to look at all this camera footage, at least that's the way I'm to understand it. So, but anyway, that's all I got for today, bud. And I hope y'all have a good one, and we'll catch you tomorrow.
Thank you much. All right. Appreciate you checking in here. So it's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I just remembered to check the Powerball website because I couldn't remember if the drawing was Monday or Tuesday. I was thinking Tuesday because they just drew on Saturday night, and there was not a winner for the Saturday drawing. And indeed, it is Monday, tonight. Monday, April 1, 2024. According to the countdown clock, I'm looking at a little over 20 hours from now. The estimated jackpot at $975 million. Wow. Okay. This also came out on Friday. We had been anticipating this just before we headed down to Louisville there for the Mid-America Truck Show. The Biden administration had just released their new emission standards for automobiles, like over the next 10 years. So we had been anxiously anticipating. We thought it would be the next week. Turned out to be like 2 weeks, but what will the breakdown be for the big trucks? That indeed came down on Friday. The Environmental Protection Agency releasing the strict emission standards for heavy-duty trucks, buses, and other large vehicles. They say the new standards will clean up some of the nation's largest sources of planet-warming greenhouse gases. The new rules, which will take effect starting model year 2027 through 2032, will avoid up to 1 billion tons of greenhouse gas emissions over the next 30 years, providing $13 billion in net benefits in the form of fewer hospital visits, lost work days, and fatalities. They come up with these outrageous numbers. But the rule for trucks is complex, they say, with a range of electric vehicle or other non-traditional sales being projected, depending on the type of vehicle and use. According to the EPA, for instance, 30% of heavy-duty vocational trucks will need to be zero emissions by 2032. 40% of short-haul or day cabs would need to be zero-emission vehicles. Not long after that statement was released, trucking industry stakeholders, including the likes of fuel providers and retailers, motor carriers, and others, immediately began firing out responses, lambasting the new standards as unreachable with the current EV technology, the lack of EV charging stations, the lack of power grid capacity limits. NATSO is, of course, representing the travel plazas and truck stops. Sigma, America's leading fuel marketer, said in a joint statement, While they appreciate the Biden administration working toward reducing carbon emissions, this rule is poised to have negative effects on trucking and related industries. This final rule does not consider the challenges that fuel retailers face in transitioning to heavy-duty truck electrification. It also does not recognize the need to support lower carbon alternatives to diesel fuel that are currently commercially viable, like biodiesel and renewable diesel. Pointing to a recent study commissioned by the Clean Freight Coalition, showing full electrification of long-haul vehicles would require a $57 billion investment by fuel retailers to build out a sufficiently dense long-haul charging network to electrify all medium and heavy-duty vehicles, fleets, and charge point operations. That's $620 billion to invest into chargers, site infrastructure, and utility service costs. The American Transportation Research Institute identified many of the challenges that commercial vehicle electrification would be: demand, supply and demand, the actual EV production, the truck charging requirements. Now, they went on to say that fuel retailers are at the forefront of investments in new refueling technologies and infrastructure, and that these retailers are investing in technology that reduce emission from the fuels. Rather than focus on a single technology, they should be supported at the level that's proportionate to the relative climate benefits and commercial viability. Now, they said a single gallon of biodiesel reduces emissions by nearly 80% compared with diesel. Renewable diesel and biodiesel represent the best opportunity for reducing carbon emissions from the existing fleet of trucks for the foreseeable future. Now, on top of the cost to the truck and bus industries, utilities and the government are going to have to invest $370 billion to upgrade their networks and the power grid to meet the demand. So the price tag now is nearly $1 trillion before one battery electric commercial vehicle is even purchased, they said. Instead of demanding the adoption of technologies that bring exorbitant cost and operational concerns, we believe policymakers should support low-carbon alternatives to diesel, such as biodiesel and renewable diesel. Obviously, OOIDA had a few words to say. Todd Spencer said, who happens to care about clean air for themselves? The small business truckers do. But the small business truckers make up 96% of the authorized carriers. But this administration seems dead set on regulating every mom and pop business out of existence with their unworkable environmental mandates. This administration appears more focused on placating extreme environmental activists who have never been inside a truck than the actual small business truckers. If you bought it, a truck brought it.
USA News Update.
La speranza di partecipare alla sua vittoria sulla morte e di vivere con lui in Dio Padre.
Pope Francis presiding over the Easter Sunday service at the Vatican in Rome. Thousands turning out to pray in Vatican City. To Baltimore, Maryland now, where the first phase of the cleanup is underway. The FBI with a warning to anyone thinking of flying a drone over the wreckage of the collapsed bridge that they will be arrested. Crews are removing tons of metal from the water, the Navy bringing in cranes on barges. Here's Maryland Governor, Democrat Wes Moore.
Even after that initial lift takes place, there still needs to be an understanding of what forms of adjustments have happened. How has lifting that one piece and begin the removal process, how does that impact the remainder of the bridge that still sits inside of the bay?
And President Biden expected to visit the site next week. And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I went on down the list of those immediately speaking out in opposition to these new EPA standards. It's like this administration is hell-bent and determined to literally destroy the industry as we know it. So we already touched on several organizations, including OOIDA. The American Trucking Association opposes the rule. The Truckload Carriers Association speaking out against the rule. The American Petroleum Institute, the top lobbying group for the oil and gas industry, issued a joint statement with the American fuel and petrochemical manufacturers that this rule is yet another example of the Biden administration's whole-of-government effort to eliminate choices for the American consumer, businesses, and industries. This rule relies principally on zero-emission vehicles, disincentivizes the development of other fuel-based technologies. They call for the rule to be overturned by Congress, and they're prepared to challenge it in court. The EPA administrator, Michael Regan, acknowledged the role of heavy-duty vehicles in transporting products around the country, keep our economy moving. But he said over the next decade, the new standards will set the U.S. heavy-duty sector on a trajectory for sustained growth. All these proclamations, it looks great on paper. How many times have we said, anytime the government gets involved in something, they're bound to screw it up. And that's pretty much what we're looking at here. Our number, 844-844-3388. I presume someone had to step away from the truck for a moment there earlier.
We had to put some go-go juice into the thing here and make it keep going down the road to deliver heat for everybody, because you're sending winter back. You and the AccuWeather guys are going to return winter.
Yes, sir.
So what's up with that? So, anyways, I guess that's not quite a bad thing yet. It's only April. So let's see. If I remember right, March winds bring April showers, which does May flowers, which does what, Your Honor?
I don't know. What's June?
No, we got May, April, and then April showers, then May. So in May, well, it brings a lot of pilgrims, doesn't it?
That it does.
The Mayflower
Mm-hmm.
brings lots of pilgrims. We get pilgrims and lots of pilgrims. Isn't that ship that landed in 1620 or something up there at Plymouth Rock?
So they say,
the
yes.
Mayflower?
1492.
Yes, so they say. No, that was Columbus. He sailed the ocean in blue in 1492. The Pilgrims came and landed Plymouth Rock at 1620. That was what, John Smith, Captain John
there
Smith,
you go.
and all that, wasn't
right?
That who landed up there?
Need the History Channel update.
And,
oh, did we lose the horse feathers? Are you still there?
Can you hear me?
All right, you're back.
I can hear you.
You're
can
back.
You hear me?
You're
I'm
back.
back. All right. We had electronic communication malfunction. So anyways, what's this you're talking about now? It's going to take a decade to replace the bridge. Are they going to tear down the rest of the existing structure to build a new bridge?
I don't know where those numbers come from. I mean, some are speculating it might take 15 years and $5 billion to get it rebuilt.
Well, but my question is are they going to take down what's left? Because 70% of the bridge is still there, Your Honor.
Correct. It's just the superstructure that's got to be replaced.
Yeah, three sections of bridge in the middle there, and I believe I don't know. I don't exactly know how that was put up. The last bridge there that I know they built up there across Lake Champlain, when they did that, they actually built part of it on shore and brought it out on barges and actually raised it from the water up to the height that it had to be at. Kind of a intriguing operation. But you don't think that there's engineers already planning on drawing up plans, got, works in the way of either making it a different style, like a suspension type bridge, or you see these ones that have that one big single pole that goes up through the middle and all the cables that come down, diagonally, and maybe make it a bridge like that, maybe make it another superstructure bridge. But all the footprint is all in place for these sections of bridge that need to be replaced. So I don't know. I don't foresee it being anywhere near that long, unless, as you say, government gets really involved and decides that, you know, the rest of the bridge is 50 years old, and wow, we just need to have a new bridge, so we're just going to start all over again.
Right.
And I don't know. So I guess we'll have to see. So anyway, speaking of the bridges and that, did you happen to see the couple things I put up there on the fan page there? There was a couple of video clips I put up. One was of The Simpsons and how they predicted things.
How many, I mean, what is the irony? How many things have The Simpsons predicted over the years? I mean, the list is pretty long.
It is, you know, it's kind of crazy. And then I put up another one there of another bridge collapse. But in the last 10 seconds of that video, they told how many bridges were, structurally critical.
Structurally,
there
right.
was some terms,
Yeah.
But how many bridges we have in this country that, you know, one little thing, you know, you take one little piece. You said the Key Bridge was designed that if one piece went, it could, you know, have a catastrophic failure to the rest of the parts of it. So, but there's so many bridges out there right now, you know. We saw that one down there in Memphis that had that crack in it that, I mean, was right at the point that, you know, if one thing had happened wrong, that bridge would have been down. You had the I-35 bridge up there in Minnesota that, you know, that had the construction work going on it, and well, they overloaded the bridge, so that was this one thing that it couldn't, you know, straw that broke the camel's back. But anyways, so anyways, I guess the real thing we have to dive into tonight and figure out, what is this work schedule of yours, Your Honor? 3 days on, 3 days. This is better than these 4 days. You were taking off like Fridays and Mondays before at the other place and making like 4 and 3, but now you got like 3 and 3. And what's the upcoming future going to be for us here, Your Honor?
Technically, Horse Feathers, I have had one additional day off. I was off Wednesday night leading up to the truck show. Now, he did 3 days, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, even a few bonus hours in there. And I was off Sunday night.
Yeah.
So I was pleasantly surprised when Mindy sent me the email saying, don't forget Friday is a company holiday. I've already submitted the program. So, okay.
Yeah, I know. I was just teasing.
I know.
I'd find the opportunity.
3 on, 3
Anytime
off.
I can rub it in there, you're 3 off. Yeah, that's right. You know, the rest of us are out here working all the other days that you're not. But anyway. But so what else we got going? You got a monsoon coming here for the week. So I don't even know when it's supposed to start here. Wipe was saying something about it's supposed to be rain at 4 o'clock in the morning. So we're getting closer to that time. So is anybody going to be able to see the totality of the solar eclipse, or is the weather, the AccuWeather gods and all that going to put a big hampering on it? I mean, if this weather pattern continues the way it is,
right now, the forecast looks like many will find themselves shrouded in clouds.
Okay, so the other thing you were talking, well, one thing that would hamper people being able to go places and see it unless they want to do a lot of camping is the prices of hotel rooms where this is happening.
Mm-hmm.
Because you think they've jacked the prices of the hotel rooms up for the truck show down there in Louisville?
Yep.
From what I heard, the prices of hotel rooms in the where the sun's blocked by the moon. You know what I'm talking about.
Totality, yes.
I heard those prices. Yeah, I've heard those prices have gone like to the moon, Your Honor. I don't know. So anytime you can capitalize on something, I guess you just jump out there and do it. But for anybody that's looking for a way to look at it safely without burning the back of your eyeballs out, if you go down there to your local welding shop, or even like Harbor Freight, where they sell the welding helmets, and make sure you get the welding goggles or the welding glasses or the shields that are made for arc welding, not the oxyacetylene, visors that just dim it, but you get the glass or the shields that are made for the arc welding. Now there is one thing you got to be careful of, is they have newer style welding helmets out that have been out for a while, but they're auto darkening, kind of like what how the people's glasses, they go out in the daylight and they get, get dark gray.
Transition.
They have welding helmets that do that too, that actually change almost instantaneously with the flash. But when you're looking at the sun like that, there's no flash, so I don't think the lens will dim like it would if you were welding. So you just got to make sure you get the solid dark glass that you can look through. But you can buy a pretty decent piece of glass, because some of those welding shields there, they held like a 4x4 or a 5x5 piece of glass. So even if you just got the glass that goes in the shield, you wouldn't have to buy the whole welding helmet and all that, unless you want to look cool, because some of those have some pretty decent artwork on them. But anyways, I don't know. But then maybe you look like Jason out there,
right
there waiting for you'd be like, I don't know. But anyways, so that's about what we got going for you here. I don't know, not a whole lot other than that. And I don't know. I think we got to go back and watch some reruns of The Simpsons to see what the heck's going to happen next. Anyways, so with that, Your Honor, we'll let you do your due diligence.
Yeah, speaking of which, I don't know, Scarecrow should be back with us at some point this week. Maybe not here on Monday morning, but yeah, I think his 2 weeks excursion is over. Let me give you a heads up here. Remember the AT&T hack? AT&T announcing Saturday they're investigating a data set released on the dark web about 2 weeks ago. The preliminary analysis shows it impacted approximately 7.6 million current account holders and 65.4 million former account holders. Now, they said the data set appears to be from maybe about 2019. Said they do not have evidence of unauthorized access to its systems resulting from the incident at this point. They do not yet know whether the data originated from AT&T or one of its vendors. They said the incident has not had a material impact on their operations. The source of the data is still being assessed. AT&T is in contact with those impacted. They have reset passcodes for 7.6 million current customers. They did say they will be offering credit monitoring wherever applicable. The wireless carrier's 5G network covers about 290 million people across the United States. Now, it was in February. They had an outage, of course, that disrupted calls and text messages for thousands of users, prompting federal investigations. But we'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I did see that the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association's been in contact with federal, state, and local agencies to offer assistance in the follow-up of the bridge collapse. Louis Pugh said mainly we've been speaking with federal agencies, but also some local and state as well. I've been trying to help with the routing and suggested alternate routes for trucks. Like across the Bay Bridge on U.S. Highway 50 and up 301. Expediting traffic by other means also has been brought up in some of those conversations. We've discussed maybe the waiving of tolls on the bridges and even at the tunnels to try and let traffic move through quicker. The extension of hours of service under adverse conditions doesn't usually include traffic because you know when there's going to be bad traffic, but we have no idea how long this is going to take. And so much traffic goes to these other arteries of the city. He did say allowing truckers an extra maybe 2 hours as a sort of exemption would be helpful right now. The agencies have been really appreciative and open-minded, he said. At this point, they're trying to gather as much info and as many ideas as they can come up with. But the thing about truckers is their familiarity. They can use maps and figure out other ways to go. Now, unfortunately, some truckers are just going to be stuck. They're going to have to go to Baltimore and the piers or the ports to deliver and pick up, and kind of the way things stand right now. Everything's kind of fluid, I guess you'd say. Morning, Rubber Duck.
Well, good morning. I'm glad I'm not there in Baltimore anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So I could imagine dealing with the traffic. You had me looking around when we were talking about this alternative energy in the EPA requirements, and they want $750,000 for a Nikola truck, hydrogen electric, that'll go 500 miles, that has no fueling system, because I don't think that those big things they build at the Flying J with our tax dollars for Berkshire Hathaway, the clean energy towers, I think those were CNG. I don't think that's the same system. But then you get in the middle of it and it says to make the trucks more affordable, the state of California will give you a $288,000 tax credit to buy one. Well, who's giving them the money to give these tax credits?
They write a check.
They were right when they said that they are trying to regulate the small businesses out of it.
Yeah.
There's no way. I mean, with what we run, if they had the charging station set up, it might work. But it would take the government giving us the trucks and saying, just make the payments. We'll take care of the big thing. But you can't make it cost twice. And I say twice as much because I think of truck and trailer for our industry. But I was looking at a new Volvo, and it was $191,000 for just the tractor. So you can't make something cost 4 times as much and say that it's going to be the savior of the industry. And I don't know. There's no dealer network. The support network for Nikolai seems to be coming from the Caterpillar dealers, that Cleveland Brothers and the big cat dealer down in Nashville.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of them, have we seen a Tesla truck dealership yet for the semi? Or wait a minute, have we even seen a Tesla pickup truck make it more than 50 miles without being on a rollback? But,
right.
It's they're going to price the normal people out of being able to go to even buy a used truck. And the more they make the rules to make you have to get a certain fuel mileage, or is that what it's going to be? I have to get 10 miles per gallon, or I'm going to have to pay a tax because I get 4.7, which is another way of trying to eliminate the small businessman.
I think what it comes down to is the number. I mean, the vehicles that are sold. It's kind of like how they're pushing the auto industry into mandating the electric vehicles. It's trying to force the truck makers to go to electric. Problem is, just like on the automobile side, the demand is not there. The people are refusing to buy the damn things, and like you said, the cost, the trucking companies, every company that had purchased a Nikola truck, that truck's not running right now. They're all, every one of them recalled because of the battery issues. And I don't know that they've got that reconciled yet or not. Who the hell's going to build the batteries?
Well, and who bought the transit buses that were all electric that have them all parked and are now having to buy diesel buses to replace them? And it's just for a door. It's not for the batteries. It was for a door part, which is probably on a container trying to come into the port of Baltimore. But who knows?
Right.
The container trains that pass behind the house all the time. To me, last week was a huge influx in westbound refrigerated intermodal containers from our big corporate companies. Tonight, the 545 train didn't have a single container on it. It was an empty flat car all the way across going west. And what's that tell you? When's the railroad run a whole train empty? And that's a scheduled train, because that thing comes through every night between 5:30 and 6 o'clock. That's the Berkshire Hathaway container train.
Right. Very well. We got to pause there. So hold that thought. We'll be right back as we hit the midnight hour on the West Coast.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Pope Francis is once again calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and the release of all Israeli hostages. The Pope's renewal for the call came during Sunday's Easter Mass. The Pope speaking about other world events including Ukraine, Haiti, Sudan, and other places experiencing destruction. The Vatican saying around 60,000 people came to St. Peter's Square for Sunday's Mass. President Biden's White House is banning religious-themed Easter eggs from its annual Celebrating National Guard Families art contest. A flyer for the contest clearly states that all Easter egg art submissions must be free from questionable content, religious symbols, overtly religious themes, or partisan political statements. This as the Biden White House also issued a proclamation declaring Sunday, March 31st, Easter Sunday, as Transgender Day of Visibility. The Trump campaign reacting to both moves by saying, quote, these are just two more examples of the Biden administration's year-long assault on the Christian faith. Recovery efforts are ongoing following the deadly collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore last week. Maryland Democratic Governor Wes Moore joins Fox News Sunday to provide an update.
The thing that we know is there will be an ongoing investigation. There needs to be an ongoing investigation as to what happened. I want that investigation to be speedy and for anyone who needs to be held accountable to be held accountable. And at the same time, we have got to get this channel opened. We have got to get commerce flowing again, and we have got to rebuild the Francis Scott Key Bridge.
The governor says conditions remain unsafe for divers as officials say some of the 13 containers with hazardous materials on the ship leaked into the water. With no winner in Saturday night's Powerball jackpot, Monday's drawing is worth $975 million. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
As tensions rise between the United States and China, U.S. Marines are working to restructure operations in the Pacific for fear of attacks. Speaking on Fox and Friends Weekend, Florida Republican Congressman Michael Walz says this will make America's military more effective.
Thousands of Marines loaded into large ships, I don't think make as much sense anymore. This is small groups with drones, hopping around on islands, electronic warfare. We have to assume that our satellites are going to be knocked out, that we're going to be under a massive cyber attack.
NYPD officer Jonathan Diller was killed in the line of duty on March 25th. Thousands attended his funeral on Saturday. Nassau County Police Commissioner Pat Ryder is frustrated by New York State leaders.
You can't make a policy that is against what the law says. And right now, in the world of bail reform and discovery, it hurts the way we go and do our cases.
More than 100 officers packed the courtroom as a suspected gunman and illegal immigrant, 34-year-old Guy Riviera, was arraigned. The Truckee, California Fire Department says there were no survivors after a small plane crash in Truckee in the Sierra Mountains on Saturday night. According to FlightAware, the flight originated out of Centennial Airport in Colorado. The NTSB and FAA are investigating the scene. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another hour. Here we go. And good morning, Mr. Gibbs. Bright and early on a Monday, April Fools, but it ain't a joke. Ed had been talking about for years writing the book. And it is now available via Amazon. The book entitled Mr. Idea Man by E. Gibbs. It's included in the book is the story of starting an 18-year relationship with none other than Steve Summers. But it's a 5-decade memoir that you'll find via Amazon Books. See, I had the Princess look that up. I think it was $15 for the paperback with memory of something like that. It's actually, you can get it in the hardbound. That'll cost you. It's amazing how much more hardbound versus paperbacks are. But I just remember over the years, the man has a lot of stories to tell. His experience in the military. He used to talk about Pete Rose and Johnny Bench and some of the shenanigans that would go on there, and so much he'd. So maybe I'm going to check that out. Mr. Idea Man. All right, hello to Billy. Billy Lennig checks in this morning. 61 degrees in Beulahville, North Carolina. Several folks talking about the good news from the monkey gouger that the grandbaby's doing better. They got him off the ventilator. And right now, maybe coming home on Friday. Now, we were talking to Rubber Duck there, and I don't know, wherever he is, he said a little bit earlier, he said it raining like a cow peeing on a flat rock.
Pretty much. It let up a little bit, but I guess we're going to have one of them days tomorrow. Back to the electric trucks and everything. I did notice that the Indiana Toll Road took away some regular bus parking on the curb and put in 3 charging stations, but they just don't look long enough to get 3 trucks with a trailer pulled behind each other to charge. And then how many are going to be waiting to get in?
Mm-hmm.
It seemed to be strategically located about 150 miles from like the center of the intermodal area west of Chicago, out by Joliet. that they call Elwood, Illinois. So that it's they're trying, but they have no stations. How can you force us to adapt to a standard yet 10 years away from when you want these standards to be enacted? You have no method, no madness to us to maintain those vehicles that you're saying we need to buy. I guess that's what I'm getting at. But yeah, it's just drizzling now. It's actually kind of nice. It's still warm out there, but we're supposed to get snow on Wednesday. I don't know how much.
So you're talking about a transition. Wow. I mean, folks up in Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, they're talking 2, maybe up to 3 feet of snow coming their way by the end of the week.
This is crazy. But global warming, wasn't that what that one guy said that one time?
Yeah.
Who was Al Gore? But anyway, everybody have a great week. Be careful out there. Keep praying. I hope your Easter was great with your family. Monkey Geyser, it's good to hear the news about the grandbaby. Grandbabies are the most awesome thing that can ever happen to a dad. You get a second chance.
Yeah.
And on that one, I'm out at 2:11 in the morning. Night,
All right, there you go. Have a good morning. 3:11 Eastern, 2:11 Central. And, hey, we even crossed over the midnight hour on the West Coast here a few minutes ago. So welcome into a Monday. Yeah, speaking of the West Coast, hey, today is the day. The minimum wage for fast food workers starts today. Most fast food workers in California will be paid at least $20 an hour as that new law kicks in, giving more financial security to a historically low-paying profession. While threatening to raise prices in a state already known, though, for the high cost of living. Democrats in the legislature passed this last year, part as an acknowledgement that many of the 500,000 people who work in fast food restaurants are not teenagers, earning some spending money, but more adults working to support their families. That includes immigrants like Ingrid Valerio, who said she started working at a Mickey D's shortly after arriving in the U.S. in 2019. Fast food has been her full-time job until last year. Now she works about 8 hours a week at a Jack in the Box while also working other jobs. Obviously, she feels like this $20 an hour is great. I wish it would have happened sooner, she says. Alex Johnson, though, who owns 10 Annie Ann's Pretzel and Cinnabon restaurants, says his sales have slowed this year, prompting him to lay off his office staff and rely on his parents to help with payroll and human resources. This $20 an hour increase in wage will cost about $470,000 each year, which he says he will now have to raise prices anywhere from 5 to 15% at his store. He's no longer hiring or seeking to open new locations in the state of California. Now, I try to do right by my employees. I pay them as much as I can, but this new law is really hitting operations hard. I'm going to have to consider selling or even closing my businesses. The profit margin has become too slim when you factor in all the other expenses that are also going up. Now, in just the past decade, California has doubled their minimum wage for most workers to $16 per hour. The big concern, will this increase cause some workers to lose their job as employers' expenses increase? And we know the answer to that question is 100% yes. Now, they do kind of break down. The law applies to restaurants offering limited or no table service, and which are part of a national chain with at least 60 establishments nationwide. Restaurants operating inside a grocery establishment are exempt, as are restaurants producing and selling bread as a standalone menu item. And that was the one that kind of garnered the attention, that it applied to the likes of Panera Bread restaurants, which is a benefit for Greg Flynn, the wealthy campaign donor to none other than Gavin Newsom. It is 844-844-3388. Nothing to see politically here. Let's see, if you're hanging in there, Eagle, got you coming up momentarily. I think you wanted to talk about the road conditions. And plenty of room for you on a Monday. It's 844-844-3388.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So my local mailman coming by Friday, and we chat from time to time, and he asked me about, there's a house kind of just around the corner, a couple blocks away. He asked if I personally knew someone that lived there because they had the Steve Summers Overnight Drive sticker in their window, in their vehicle's window. Now, I knew exactly what particular home he was talking about. I said, I didn't realize that. So I made a little pit stop Saturday. I thought, just a token of appreciation. So I stopped by and knocked on the door. Didn't get an answer. Maybe I didn't knock hard enough, but either way, I had a little little goodie bag. I had some additional stickers, some business cards, tossed in a Steve Summers overnight drive hat and a few Trump coins. And I got an email Sunday morning. Steve, I've been a long-time listener, over 20 years. Started listening to you on my newspaper route every night. I loved having company out there on the road and hearing from all the truck drivers. I was so upset when they canceled your show and had nothing worth listening to. Then I found you again as soon as you found your new home. I'm no longer delivering papers after 21 years, but I still check in every night to listen for a while before bedtime at about 2 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, my son used to deliver for Papa John's a few years ago, and he actually delivered you a pizza. He knew I was a big fan, and he had to tell me, guess who I delivered a pizza to? Steve. Then I'd hear you talk sometimes about ordering Papa John's, and I'd just laugh and say maybe it was delivered by my son. Anyway, I was ecstatic when I saw the bag on the door there. I am so grateful. You are so kind. I'm kind of kicking myself I didn't hear you knock. I would have loved to meet you. I always wanted to go to that trucking show, but my husband wouldn't go. All right, so thank you much again, and I'll continue to be a loyal listener. Have a wonderful Easter with the grandkids. Well, we just had our third born a week ago. So there you go. Thank you very much. That's Tanya. Tanya, appreciate you tuning in and being a supporter of the program, spreading the word. Are we hanging in there, Eagle?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm still here. I told you I had to do one of these late night deliveries. Where I'm at right now, I gotta waiting on these people to unload the truck trailer. I wanted to say something, Steve, about I'll get back to this ship, and then I want to say something about Donald Trump. But first, I want to talk about the road conditions in Indiana. Now, I know Indiana collects road taxes, and I know they collect tax money from individuals that live in Indiana. But, the roads, Steve, going across Interstate 70 and Interstate 65 in Indiana, like riding on the Rocky, it's bad. It's pretty bad. It's like a third world country type deal. Driving in Indiana across 70. I drove across there yesterday before I got to Ohio's roads are in good condition on Interstate 70. I was impressed, except for Columbus. When you get into Columbus, the roads get kind of rough. After what I drove through Columbus on Saturday, but as far as Indiana goes, it's terrible. From Indianapolis all the way to the state line of Ohio, it's like I say, it's terrible. The roads are in very bad condition, and it's been like that a while. That's the sad part about it. That's the reason why I'm talking about it. Indiana's roads have been in bad condition for a while now, and they haven't even touched them. So I don't know what the problem is, why they're not spending money on Interstate 70, but something definitely needs to be done. You tear up your equipment, your trucks, it's rough on your trucks, blown tires, all kind of things can happen. As a matter of fact, my GPS fell off the windshield. It was so hard. I hit a bump and the whole damn GPS fell off the window onto the dash.
Wow.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. You hit one of them holes that's hard enough, it can knock the GPS unit right off your damn windshield. So if you can stay in the left lane, that's the smoothest lane across 70 in Indiana, and that's pretty rough too. But the right-hand lane is terrible at this point. But like I say, Ohio, where you live at, Steve, they got some decent roads. In Ohio, they do a good job with their roads out. I didn't have no problem in coming across, especially up by Dayton and all that. But yeah, Steve, I wanted to say one other thing before I get to Donald Trump about this ship deal one more time. Now, this ship, okay, now they say during your break, they're talking about the amount of time that it might take to rebuild this thing. You even said it might even be longer than 5 years. But here's the thing that I don't know if you overheard it on your show, and you know, the man, I don't know, he's probably dead right now because they built the bridge in 1977. I think I heard on one of your commercial breaks, on one of your news breaks, that the designer of this bridge built it so if somebody hit one of those pylons or whatever holds the bridge up, the whole damn thing was supposed to collapse. I sure do hope that wasn't. I sure do hope that's not true. That he built that bridge to where if you take out one of the supports, that the whole damn bridge would come down. I sure do hope he didn't do that, because that's not a good way to design. So hopefully this new design, they won't do that, because it makes no sense, you know, for the whole thing to go down. The part that the man hit should only be the thing to go down. The other sections of that bridge, Steve, I still don't understand why the other sections fell down that the man didn't even put his hands on, didn't even touch. So that's real strange. But it's going to take a long time, longer than what a lot of people think, because first of all, you got to get all the debris out of the water before you can even think about constructing a new bridge. So it could be more than 5 years. It's a damn shame. So I don't know what they're going to do in the Baltimore area. This is devastating. Now, I want to say this about Donald Trump, Steve. Donald Trump's situation. I'm real scared. I'm real scared for the election, Steve, in November. I don't like what I'm seeing. I don't like what I'm seeing on television the last couple of weeks. You know, with Barack Obama and Bill Clinton joining the team. You know, Team Biden. These are some dirty people, Steve. Barack Obama and Billy Boy. These are some crooked people. And they are doing everything they can to make sure that Biden gets back in the White House. I'd love to be a fly on the wall on some of them when Barack Obama and Biden are talking, to hear exactly what them two jerks are talking about. And I guarantee you it's not good what they're saying. They talking some dirty stuff. They realize, Steve, that Biden is in trouble when it comes for votes. That a lot of people are going against him. And as a matter of fact, I told you this weekend before, Steve, I'm telling American people, don't believe these polls that you hear on television. They're just trying to make people decide that they don't want to go with Trump. They still, anybody in their right mind has to know, where Biden got an open border, where Biden got giving money to Ukraine, where Biden doing everything, there's no way in hell that they're running neck and neck. There's no way that they're running 47, 48%, 47 Biden, 48 Trump. There's no way in hell that Biden is that close. When you look at the amount of people that show up for Joe Biden's rallies and show up to hear Joe Biden's appearance, and Trump's got a full crowd. He's got another rally scheduled for tomorrow or the next day, and you best believe it's going to be full. So I'm just telling people, do not believe these polls that you're seeing. Donald Trump, he should have at least 60. It should be about 60-40 right now, Steve. It might even be higher than that in terms of polls. So Donald Trump is the clear leader. If he wasn't the clear leader, like I said, a good sign that he's the clear leader is that Barack Obama and Bill Clinton are out there trying to raise money and support Joe Biden. These people realize that Joe Biden is in big trouble if you see Barack Obama on the scene. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Hey, have a good morning, Eagle. Thank you once again. News break just ahead. And it's 844-844-3388. Hey, by the way, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing, whether it's lawn equipment, collector cars, generators, anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil Storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system. Store that engine the right way with Sta-Bil. And we'll return after this, 29 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388.
USA News Update. La speranza di partecipare alla sua vittoria sulla morte e di vivere con lui in Dio Padre.
Pope Francis presiding over the Easter Sunday service at the Vatican in Rome. Thousands turning out to pray in Vatican City. To Baltimore, Maryland now, where the first phase of the cleanup is underway. The FBI with a warning to anyone thinking of flying a drone over the wreckage of the collapsed bridge that they will be arrested. Crews are removing tons of metal from the water, the Navy bringing in cranes on barges. Here's Maryland Governor, Democrat Wes Moore.
Even after that initial lift takes place, there still needs to be an understanding of what forms of adjustments have happened. How has lifting that one piece and begin the removal process, how does that impact the remainder of the bridge that still sits inside of the bay?
And President Biden expected to visit the site next week. And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little suggested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, indeed. Plenty of room for you here on a back-to-work Monday, closing out Easter weekend. Not a whole lot of details. It goes back to in Oklahoma, the State Patrol said Saturday there was indeed a barge that struck a bridge over the Arkansas River. Troopers closed South U.S. Highway 59 about a little before 1:30 in the afternoon. After receiving word of the incident, began diverting traffic from the area. The bridge that crosses the Arkansas River, where it enters the Robert S. Kerr Reservoir, was closed and until it was able to be inspected, which I presume by now it's all back up and running. No reports of injuries on the highway or on the barge. Not immediately known what caused the barge to hit the bridge, which Eagle brought up earlier sounded kind of suspicious, right on the heels of. But these things, I don't know if it was a loose barge that was drifting down the river or what the case was. Like I said, very limited detail I could find there. What do you say, Horse Feathers?
Thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. So, anyways, talking about this energy deal and the EPA and their regulations, and you said what, that's going to be 10 years in the making before it gets put in place? So, anyways, I guess I don't have much dog in the fight in that one, Your Honor. I'm hoping 10 years, I'm done with this crap. I'd be done with it now if I could find something else to do to pay me to do what I do, for what I do. But anyways, but 10 years, I definitely won't be doing this. But I will still have my two old trucks there with them AV71 Detroits in it that do produce a lot of that carbon, lots of carbon. Lots and lots and lots of carbon. But I will have them that I run around in the summertime there. But until we don't have diesel fuel, then I guess we'll have to figure out something else. Maybe I can go down to the McDonald's there and get the fry oil there from everybody that's making up. By that time, they ought to be making what, $50, $60 an hour by then.
Right.
But anyways, so anyways, Donald Trump kind of derailed everything here, put on hold. If Donald Trump hadn't been elected president back there in 2016, all they're talking about now would have either, been in place, or we'd only be 6 years away from it. We wouldn't be 10 years away from this stuff that they got going on.
Yeah.
But you did see that, and Eagle just mentioned it, that Barack Obama was there with Joe Biden, and who was the number one person to put the coal industry out of business? So if you don't think that the Democrats can put the fossil fuel industry out of business, just look at what happened to the coal industry and our electric generation from coal. Of course, we went to the clean energy of natural gas to produce electricity, but apparently that isn't clean anymore, since you can't have a gas stove or gas heat and stuff like that, at least in New York, and I think there's a few other places, probably California. But anyways, so President Biden's supposed to go visit the bridge site, and it's not going to take him a year. Is that because it's so much closer to Washington? It's not going to take him a year to get there?
Proximity, that may be. Well, remember last week, did you catch where he said he crossed that bridge on the train many times over the years?
I was just going to bring that up. So
it's funny.
He can ride the train. He can ride the train to the bridge site, I guess. But I never did see a train on that bridge until that one picture that went around Facebook.
Yes.
But yeah, that's the only time I've ever seen a train on that bridge. But yeah, because for 40 years he traveled from Delaware to Washington on the train, and I guess he would have traveled through downtown Baltimore and down through the Howard Street Tunnel. But anyways, so now I just if the Democrats had their way, and Donald Trump hadn't gotten in the
in the mix of messing things up on them. And I think a lot more of these EPA things and all these regulations, we would have been a lot closer to them now than what we were. And I guess the only thing we can hope for in the fall is that all the hanky-panky with the elections and everything that goes on, maybe we can squeeze out. What was it Barack Obama said we had to do to change things? Just win an election?
That's the word.
I'm kind of hoping we do, but the only thing we'll be doing is delaying an extra 4 years of whatever because they'll come back in full force and then some the next time they get back in power if we disrupt them for at least 4 years. But I don't know. It'll be interesting to see. But anyways, we're back here rambling on, but we've run into a few rain showers, but it's just been sprinkled drops here and there. So I guess the rain's still off in the distance a little bit, but it's we're getting pretty close on the humidity level in the air there. You can just feel the rain is impending there to be coming in here. So it'll be here with shortly, momentarily, something of that nature. But anyways, all right. Well, we're looking for. Hey, now one last question. So, if Biden can't ride the train to the bridge, now we know the Air Force has the plane, and the Marines have the helicopter. Does the Navy have a ship for Biden? Is there a presidential ship? Just thinking. I don't know. Yeah. Maybe we can figure this out. So he's got a couple of days before he's coming, right?
Exactly. I haven't seen what the date, if it's going to be Tuesday, Wednesday. I don't know. I guess they'll let us know when the time comes, right? It is 844-844-3388. And, well, good morning, Mr. Gibbs.
Hey, how you doing? Long time no talk.
Yeah, it's been a while.
I appreciate promoting the book. The book is out. It's a 5-decade memoir, and certainly in there is a whole period of when we worked together. Of course, I put Bubba Bo on the weekends. And in fact, I sponsored your dad's show for an afternoon for a while too. I don't think a lot of people remember that.
So, I mean, I remember talking to you a couple of years ago, and you were, I guess you were kind of like finalizing. It was it was it took a long time to put this all together, huh?
Yeah, 6 years.
Wow.
And so it's a lot of stories, a lot of the people that came on the show, and some of them were on the radio. Some of them, the stories happened to me around the show. Plus the other thing, a lot of people don't know that at one time I was on 5 other shows. The Red Eye Radio out of Detroit, the Grand Ole Opry, in Nashville, of course, Cincinnati, and then WJR in Detroit. So and WJBK Dallas. So at one time I was about 90 hours a week, if considering writing and producing and doing things. And of course, we came up with the idea of doing, riddles. And after about a year or 2 or 3, I ran out of finding them. So I started writing them. And I now have a collection that I probably we're going to produce of somewhere in the neighborhood of 5,000 riddles.
How about that? Wow. And some of those were doozies, Ed, I remember.
Yeah. And, and sometimes they were so hard, we should take a period of time where we'd get the really, really hard ones, sometimes they'd run almost through half the show before somebody would get one.
Mm-hmm.
So those were interesting.
So how's your health been, Ed? I mean, you had some good times and some rough times, and everything. Life treating you okay right now?
Yeah, I'm in probably the best shape I've ever been in my life. Certainly, the later part of my life. This May will be my 81st birthday, and so I feel really great. We're working on a book tour right now. I also have another book out that was out earlier called "We Bought a Beach House" in the '60s, and it's a story of me from 15 through 17 and what happened in the summers of a beach house. And if you're a hot rod lover, this book is for you. This is all about a lot about hot rodding and chasing girls back in the 60s.
No.
That book is also out.
You didn't do that. Not you.
Yes. But yeah, we've had, it's been quite a career. I do have, I have a collection of fine art prints that are out and will be available at several resources at Michael's for opening. So those are soon to be out. And I had over the years done prints when I had my own agency up in Toledo, Ohio. So there's 18,000 prints of mine out worldwide. So that's like a whole different career that a whole lot of people never really knew about.
Wow. Well, you said you had you mentioned that you had a lot of different experiences in your life that a lot of people, most people probably had no idea.
Yeah, I never made a big issue out of it, and a lot of things were very separate, and I just sort of kept it that way. And so sitting down and putting the pieces together and how it's systematically put together, I can tell you right now that in the book, I pretty much was about to lose my life in Manila. And that's a story in itself. And so it's gone everything from people that supported me and love and tenderness to life-threatening events. So anyway, those stories are in there, and I did. I died on the table twice, and came back. And there's a story about how that happened and how and what came from that. And then I had a cancer scare. And interesting enough, I had operated from cancer, and I started calling in the show probably 4 or 5 days after I got out of the hospital, working from home, and that kind of opened the whole door for me to create a studio at home, and I never went back in the office after that.
Am I correct? Did you go through any of your back in your military days? Some of the stories back with some of the Cincinnati Reds.
I got the whole thing about the Reds. I got a picture of Johnny Bench in there slicing potatoes. Matter of fact, I think Seg even has that picture. I gave one to him, and then but yeah, that whole scenario with the Rose and Bench and the golden days of the Cincinnati Reds. I mean,
yeah.
I was that battalion photographer, and everybody in the battalion wanted to go to the baseball game and get a pictures with Rose the Bench. So I just followed them around, but they never knew who I was. They used to call me, "Hey, Mr. Photographer." So that story's in there. Yeah.
So Amazon.com, Mr. Idea Man.
Yeah, the paperback is pretty cheap now. The hardcover is expensive, and the reason it is it's all full color. It's the only. It's totally in full color. So that's why that book is somewhat more expensive.
Okay.
It's $71. But if you wanted to see I invented a retail store called What's Hot, and that got me a run-in with the Chinese government, and that story is in there, and pretty much came close to losing my life, but all those pictures and everything are all in full color. So if you really want the full color, unfortunately, it's not cheap.
Well, Ed, I'm glad to hear from you. I've wondered where you've been the last couple of years in Louisville, and I guess you're pretty much fully retired now.
Yeah, I'm retired. I've been retired just recently, and young kids took over the business, and so they kind of wanted to do different things, and that's sent me in these other directions that I've been developing, and I have no intention of quitting working. I'm working 14 hours a day now, 15 hours a day now, and we'll be appearing in a lot of shows. As a matter of fact, I probably am going to be at Iowa 80, and we're going to do probably a book signing there. So there'll be some places where I'll start showing up at some of the truck stops in Carlisle, at Iowa 80, and there's several others around the country that we're talking about.
Well, that's great. Well, good luck with your endeavors. A lot of different things happening.
Okay. Well, yeah, I appreciate it very much. Appreciate the support over all the years, Bill. Spent a lot of years together.
Yeah, we did, yeah. Many a nights.
And many a night, and that red Jaguar that I've always had,
yeah,
I still have, and it's now turned into a national champion show car. It's mostly in the garage with stable in it, and it only comes out for shows. It'll be at the British Car Show here in Columbus in May, and then I think I'm going to retire it after that. But it's been won about 35, 40 trophies, and it's undefeated in its class.
Wow. Now, the big question, have you ever got the wife to ride in it?
No. She calls it my girlfriend, and she won't have anything to do with it. And because I have spent probably double fixing it and getting it to show quality from what I originally spent for the car. But I used to drive it to the show down.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah,
Cincinnati.
Absolutely.
But it's all shined up and pretty much ready to show. But I try to drive it maybe 20 to 30 miles a month, and I don't really put it away for the winter. It's in a cocoon in a heated garage, so I get it out so that with Jaguars you got to drive them. You can't let them sit; they'll deteriorate. So, but anyway, it's still around. I'm still around, and it's still around.
So next Monday, the great solar eclipse. Are you in the totality zone there in your part of Ohio?
No, we're not in totality, but we're in enough where you've got to get the special glasses and everything.
Yeah.
I don't know how much I'm going to make. I don't have the glasses, so I guess I've been relegated to watching it. I'm probably on television, but yeah. But there's a lot of people that you got to go up towards Cleveland, up towards East Cleveland and that area to get the 100%. And I guess there's people from all over the world that are coming. So.
That's what I'm hearing. I mean, it's just, it swipes right past Cincinnati. Now they They said literally a matter of miles. I mean, if you're familiar, there's where the Jungle Jim's place is, the famous Jungle Jim's grocery store.
Yeah.
That'll be in like 40 seconds of totality there. I'm probably 10 miles away from there, but I'm not in totality at all.
Yeah, I'm not anywhere close, so I don't think I would be able to see it very much, and then we'll see. But by the way, I am a UC grad, and the story of my winning float for the homecoming story is in the book as a UC graduate.
Okay.
I go from UC all the way through years with you, all the way through 5 different businesses that I owned or lost, and one a business that I lost in Mason. I had it in Mason, and so it's an interesting ride.
Well, we will definitely have to check that out, Ed.
Yeah, please do.
Hey, well, good to hear from you. I hope you had a good Easter weekend, and we'll look forward to chatting again sometime.
Okay, well, thanks very much for promoting the book, and we'll see
All
how
right.
it goes.
The Idea Man.
Right.
The Idea Man, Ed Gibbs. Okay. Got a couple minutes before we hit our news break, top of the hour. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. We oftentimes talk about the NIMBY crowd, the not in my backyard. Yeah, everyone, you have to have the trucks or you wouldn't have anything. You could not sustain life. Everything is delivered on truck. People don't want truck stops in their neighborhood. Yeah, people don't want their neighbors who drive trucks parking their trucks even in their own damn driveway. That is the case, as we've seen in a number of cases around the country. Truckers in a Florida neighborhood now have little choice but to use the newly constructed paid truck parking lot after the county banned them from parking on their own property. The Acreage and Loxahatchee truck parking drama in Palm Beach County has been ongoing since late summer of last year. After months of back and forth, truck drivers living in those neighborhoods are now officially banned from parking their trucks on their own property, which some of them have been doing for over 20 years now. Now, truckers in the area are left with very few truck parking options. Enter the construction of a new discount truck parking lot. The company started clearing their 6-acre property in preparation for construction just this month. The facility will charge truckers to park in their approximately 200 spaces on Southern Boulevard, which will eventually, they say, feature 24/7 security and air-conditioned buildings with showers and offices. But it's going to be something akin to $25 a day. $25 a day to park your damn truck when you've got your own property in that county. Final hour coming up here. It's 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Laura Winters.
La speranza di partecipare alla sua vittoria sulla morte e di vivere con lui in Dio Padre.
Pope Francis presiding over the Easter Sunday service at the Vatican in Rome. Thousands turning out to pray in Vatican City.
I want to thank the Biden-Harris administration for accepting our request within a matter of hours. And I want to personally thank President Biden for his constant support.
To Baltimore, Maryland now, where the first phase of the cleanup is underway. The FBI with a warning to anyone thinking of flying a drone over the wreckage of the collapsed bridge that they will be arrested. Crews are removing tons of metal from the water, the Navy bringing in cranes on barges. Here's Maryland Governor, Democrat Wes Moore.
Even after that initial lift takes place, there still needs to be an understanding of what forms of adjustments have happened. How has lifting that one piece and begin the removal process, how does that impact the remainder of the bridge that still sits inside of the bay?
And President Biden expected to visit the site next week. The president has been at Camp David for the weekend for Easter with family. King Charles to attend the Easter service at Windsor Castle. This is his first major public appearance since he announced back in February that he is fighting cancer. King Charles is 75 years old, wife Camilla by his side. Not expected at the service, Prince William and wife Kate Middleton, as she is battling cancer as well. Heavy rain in California triggering intense landslides in Los Angeles. Some multi-million-dollar homes damaged. Staying now in California, fast food restaurant owners are gearing up for a new change in the law come Monday. That is when the minimum wage goes up to $20 an hour. Some say they'll be struggling to pay it unless they raise prices on food. And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Today we mourn the tragic death of one of our own, police officer Jonathan Dillard.
That is New York City Mayor Democrat Eric Adams.
The husband to Stephanie, the father to young Ryan, hero to all New Yorkers, and all Americans.
Thousands of police officers from across the country and Canada at the funeral Saturday for fallen New York City police officer Jonathan Diller in Massapequa, New York. He was 31 and on the force just 3 years. Officer Diller shot and killed during a routine traffic stop in Queens by a career criminal, a man with a long rap sheet, 21 prior arrests. He leaves behind a wife and 1-year-old son. Stephanie Diller describing her husband's death as devastating and senseless. Diller promoted to detective, his wife given his new badge, number 110, his son's birthday. Soft on crime policies in New York City are being blamed for the officer's death. A new Fox News poll asking Americans, are you better off financially than you were 4 years ago? A stunning 52% say they are worse off. The poll finding 67% disapprove of President Biden's performance on immigration. Another massive migrant caravan of about 2,000 people heading toward our southern border with Mexico. Border agents bracing for this surge of illegals. A new Gallup poll finds immigration the number one problem facing our country today. And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Here we go. Back for one final hour as we get a new week started on Monday. April Fools! Hearing during the news break the discussions of the lane to arrest the law enforcement officer in New York over the weekend. What a way to spend your weekend. Killed by an individual with what was it, 21 prior arrests. It's like, the question, why are these individuals on the streets? And it's the policies. It's the no bail bond. Just let them free, let them free. Surely they won't do it again. Dr. Ben Carson over the weekend was speaking about that officer in New York, Officer Jonathan Diller, as he was being laid to rest, called on the nation to bring back respect for law enforcement and the sacrifices they make. I mean, those people who are protesting against police brutality and various things which do occur, but in a very, very limited. They don't realize the contribution police make to the harmony that goes on in this society. Could you imagine just 24 or 48 hours with no law enforcement? Can you imagine the chaos that would ensue? These people should be honored, if not paid high amounts of money, as they put their lives on the line all the time. We need to bring back respect for the police. But at the age of 31, just 3 years with the force, a 3-year veteran with the Specialized Community Response Team, shot 1 week ago today during a routine traffic stop in Queens, leaving behind his widow and their 1-year-old son. Mr. Carson Saturday also discussed the upcoming presidential election, noted the dwindling support among black voters for Joe Biden and the growing support for former President Trump. Black people obviously have eyes and ears and a brain just like everybody else. And they're saying there's less food on the table, there's less gas in the tank, and more wild criminals roaming the neighborhoods who aren't being prosecuted. People who are coming in illegally actually being put ahead of them in line. I think people don't like that. And I think they have a right to question their loyalties in that kind of a situation. Ben Carson. All right. Back to the calls we go at 844-844-3388. Hey, Brain Dead.
Hey, thanks for taking me back, Steve. Yeah, I wanted to give some equal time there to the Dingy one because she doesn't call in a lot. And yeah, that is a true story. This like she got an iPhone and she started playing with Siri and she goes, "Hey, where does babies come from?" It says calling me. So I'm out of that argument. So, but real quick, like I missed a few things. Well, I've missed a few things when we were talking about NASCAR. At the Circuit of the Americas, where we had the race before, Justin Haley was disqualified after the race for failing to meet post-race weight, and Ross Chastain's car was also confiscated by NASCAR. Also, too, Steve, if I was a NASCAR, not even a NASCAR fan, but if I was a historical NASCAR fan like me and you are, it was announced that Cale Yarborough will be honored at the Southern 500 at Darlington coming up. Also, too, this past week, Goodyear held a tire test for the newly repaved Sonoma Raceway ahead of the race there June the 8th. Josh Berry, Martin Truex Jr., and, of course, confiscated Ross Chastain was at the tire test, and they all say that the race this year will be pushing the track record, so that's going to be even more interesting to watch because I love road course racing. But now, Steve, our favorite time, we're down to the Final Four. Can you believe it, how quick March Madness is gone?
Just like that, yes.
So you didn't – oh, no. But now here's the kicker, and this is what threw everybody's brackets off. Bama, the Crimson Tide, so I know probably Rambler's probably happy about that. UConn, NC State, and Purdue all are going to the Final Four. Yes, Tennessee played Purdue. Yes, Tennessee lost. It was still a decent game, 6 points. Hey, I'd rather take 6 points than 60. But now here's a kicker, though, and this is where I'm gonna try to keep my composure here. I want to say this once, Rambler, and you might as well get it on Memorex. Roll Tide, because I ain't going to be pulling for Bama. Because Bama is going to their first ever Final Four. First ever Final Four.
Okay.
So, yeah. So, have you heard the big news out of the NCAA?
I would say probably not, no.
Well, you know how they have all these online sports bettings, you pick a site and they've all got them.
Yep.
The NCAA is pushing states to ban prop bets for college athletes. Now, I know you're not familiar with it, just like I'm not. I had to go look this up on this new little website called Google. Prop bets are like how many points will be scored in the game or how many rebounds this player will have or turnovers that player will have.
Okay.
Well, Ohio and Maryland have just banned this because their thinking is that a player could throw the game if they knew that somebody else could bet on it, they could get extra money off of it. But see, there's been no reported college players betting on this, because betting on, if you're a player for any sport, you just draw the line. Gambling is illegal, and I can see why they're doing this, because the NBA is investigating a Toronto Raptor player for doing the same thing. So, I mean, they're cracking down. But, before I forget, Steve, did you hear that Joe Biden's campaign announced they raised $56 million last month? Did you hear about that?
No.
However, Biden forgot the PIN number. Biden me.
Go figure. There you go. It's 844-844-3388. So, yeah, March Madness. I guess that's, this Friday, right? Is that when we got that coming up? The big day. Let's see. Final Four, April the 6th. All right, the number 1 seed UConn facing number 4 seed Alabama. The next, what do you got? Number 1 seed Purdue will be facing, how often does an 11 seed make it to the Final Four? But that is the case with North Carolina State, as they knocked off the number 2 seed Marquette over the weekend. Very interesting. Of course, North Carolina State also, they knocked out, I guess that was Duke over the weekend. It was Marquette in the Sweet 16 round. And then it was the Elite 8. It was Duke knocking off a number 2 seed, knocking off a number 4 seed, and making it to the Final Four. Isn't that what they sometimes refer to as a Cinderella story? You never know. That's why it's March Madness. All right, cargo theft in the United States. Yeah, we're seeing more and more of this. The numbers are in for the past year, 2023, and it's not good. Cargo theft across the country increased 60% last year. CargoNet is a Jersey City, New Jersey-based data and information sharing company that works with motor carriers and law enforcement to combat cargo theft. According to their 2023 yearly incident analysis, there were a total of 2,852 reported theft incidents last year, a 59.33% increase over the previous year alone. And the biggest spike in that came in the fourth quarter, 798 thefts reported in the last 3 months of the year. Overall, theft incidents exceeded the previous year's total in all 4 quarters of the year. Food and beverage was the top targeted commodity for thieves last year. 497 total reported thefts. Household goods at 265. Electronics at 245 were number 2 and 3. As far as thefts go by state, California outpaced all states by a large margin. 887 of all theft incidents, just north of 31%. Texas second on the list with 319. It's Illinois, Florida, and Georgia that rounded out the top 5. But they noted the rising trend of theft incidents this past September, saying the increase in reported incidents could be attributed to one type of theft. Much of the increase is due to the ongoing shipment misdirection attacks. It's kind of a strategic cargo theft where actors use stolen motor carrier and logistics broker identities to get the freight misdirected from the intended receiver so they can steal it. This issue has become so prevalent that several lawmakers are calling for the creation of a permanent task force. Senator Mike Braun and Representative Mike Bost and several other lawmakers expressed their concern in a letter to the Department of Transportation Office of Inspector General. We urge you to create a special unit within the office in consultation with the FMCSA and the Department of Justice to refer and prosecute cases of transportation fraud in a systemic, concerted manner. Now, the DOT's Inspector General said his office will continue to collaborate with the FMCSA to investigate what is double brokering and other fraud schemes. But the thieves are finding new ways to get that freight. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
A Canada rat were all that, and then some. A farm show winner was once again in command at the truck show. And a classy performance ended an evening of game-changing power and life-changing philanthropy. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. 41 of the nation's most prolific competitors pointed their haulers toward the Kentucky Expo Center for the one-night Mack Trailer NTPA Winter Nationals in Louisville to provide the denouement to the 2024 Mid-American Trucking Show.
I'm gonna stand up for what I believe.
Craig Morgan performed the national anthem and his hit single, That Ain't Gonna Be Me, live at the event opening. Just beforehand, $50,000 in proceeds from the event were matched by combined donations from Morgan and Mack Trailer to a total of $100,000 contribution to Operation Finally Home, the charity of whom the award-winning country artist has long been a benefactor. In Grand National Modified Mini, Bobcat Jr. clawed to a class-concluding 259.3 to knock off defending event champion Jeff Hurt's B-Bear. The American representative of the Intercontinental Pulling Team, Abby Leichner of Weldon, Illinois, won a $10,000 prize for the second time in 2.5 years as she steered the bucketless Bobcat into the track-ending sandpile.
They don't give me any advice anymore. They just tell me to go by the seat of my pants, so I guess that's what I did.
Louisville rookie Brian Guza and Grandpa's Disaster were third. In Yoder Popcorn Grand Invitational Pro Stock, it was once again the Rats' race to win in Louisville, but this time it required a second lap. Grandview, Indiana's Kevin Masterson captured his second consecutive Winter Nationals crown with a victory aboard his River Rat moments after his first pass of the evening ended with the John Deere 6030's front wheels buried in the beach.
Come on, River Rat fans! Kevin Masterson, you doubled up here tonight. Boy, you'll like that Freedom Hall dirt and that $10,000. Congratulations, bud.
I'd like to thank Rob Russell for sponsoring this event for me. He did a fantastic job, told me what to do, and he said I even listened to him.
Fellow pull-off qualifiers Rhett Parrish and El Nino were second, and RJ Simon's Loud and Heavy X were third. In Grand Invitational Multi-Engine Modified, RJ's brother Brandon pulled the 5-point belts tight for his own third ride of the evening. The defending NTPA champion then delivered with a 234-foot pass that recalled his two victorious drives of a month prior in the same arena at the National Farm Machinery Show.
Like I told you at the farm show, everything will just put on a clinic and I'll just keep on trucking, and that's what I did here tonight.
Simon's result was 2 feet past that of Dylan Owens' Thorn in a class dominated by 4-engine configurations. And in Dr. Preload Grand Invitational Super Semi, Chris Wood of Shreve, Ohio, was the first in 3 years of Mack Trailer Winter National semi-action to park his Class Act Peterbilt on the runoff ramp. Wood dominated with his second Louisville victory in those 3 tries.
We didn't know quite what to expect, but she did a good job for us.
Round 4 of the Winter Nationals is tentatively set for Saturday, March 29th of 2025. We hope to see you there. Check ntpapull.com for additional details between now and then, and for all the schedules, scores, and standings throughout the upcoming NTPA regular season. And Steve, thanks for the hat. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secrets, powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Okay, what's on your mind? It's 844-844-3388. Hello to Steve in Columbus, Ohio. I believe it's a soggy start to your day, huh? Who says, hope everybody had a good Easter holiday and was able to spend some time with family. We indeed were able to. Well, it's Monday. Guess it means time to head back to work. I'm ready for retirement. Or maybe a 3-day weekend. Something to ease the string of Monday. Everybody enjoy the day. So, yeah, heading into town, indeed, in the rain. Things that, not that long ago, we would think it's not possible. It can't be done. It's all science fiction. I've witnessed a lot of those sort of things become reality in just my short lifetime. But this, to me, takes it to a new level. It is now possible to conceive a future where someone can post to social media by just using their mind. An indication of this future was demonstrated by a 29-year-old paralyzed man who was the first person in the world to submit a post on X using only his mind, using Neuralink's brain implant technology, according to Debrief. The brain implant technology launched by Elon Musk and other scientists in 2016. Neuralink has been in the process of developing brain-implanted interface technologies that monitor and simulate brain function. Now, the report mentioned that the breakthrough technology is supposed to offer solutions to those who are paralyzed or have suffered brain and spinal cord injuries. Nolan Arbaugh is the gentleman who was left paralyzed after a diving accident. He received that chip implant back in January, becoming Neuralink's first official patient. He has reportedly acquired what they're referring to as cyborg abilities that allow him to control certain technologies using only his mind. Elon Musk tweeted Arbaugh, who wrote, "First ever post made just by thinking using the Neuralink telepathy device." What did Arbaugh's initial post read? It says, quote, "Twitter banned me because they thought I was a bot. X and Elon Musk reinstated me because I am." Now, while the development seems promising, Fortune reported that people need to maintain a bit of skepticism. The most obvious fact about Arbaugh's experience with Neuralink is that the company retains precise control over everything you see and hear. Went on to say Neuralink has not published a single peer-reviewed research study, which is kind of unusual in the health industry, even for a privately owned company. The only stamp of approval the company has received is that it was given the go-ahead by the Food and Drug Administration to move forward with their first human trial. As the years go by, it appears Musk makes announcements that kind of blur the line between reality and science fiction. Debrief drew attention to a 2020 press conference where Elon showcased a pig named Gertrude that had been implanted with the Neuralink chip. It's kind of like a Fitbit in your skull with tiny wires. He went on to mention that the eventual goal for Neuralink is that people would be able to save and replay, as well as maybe store and back up memories using this technology. At the time, he said the future is going to be weird. But like I said, this is stuff pretty much heretofore straight out of a science fiction movie.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Pope Francis is once again calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and the release of all Israeli hostages. The Pope's renewal for the call came during Sunday's Easter Mass. The Pope speaking about other world events, including Ukraine, Haiti, and other places experiencing destruction. The Vatican saying around 60,000 people came to St. Peter's Square for Sunday's Mass. Recovery efforts are ongoing following the deadly collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore last week. Maryland Democratic Governor Wes Moore joins Fox News Sunday to provide an update.
The thing that we know is there will be an ongoing investigation. There needs to be an ongoing investigation as to what happened. I want that investigation to be speedy and for anyone who needs to be held accountable to be held accountable. And at the same time, we have got to get this channel opened. We have got to get commerce flowing again, and we have got to rebuild the Francis Scott Key Bridge.
This is USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, prior to this April Fool's Day program, our last live program was Thursday morning, or Good Friday Eve. And it was Brother Rambler who had called in. At first he sent me a message, are you familiar with some of the events that take place in how the Philippines on Good Friday? And he went on to share how many of the young men will take to the streets, take off their shirts, and be, did he use the word flogged? I had never heard that. And some of them actually do what would be obviously kind of simulated crucifixions, but literally nailed to a cross. I came across a video this past morning where indeed there were thousands of people kind of lining the area. It's almost like it was an outdoor drama presentation kind of thing. But yeah, many of the young men, with their shirts off and their backs shredded like they've been whipped with a cat of nine tails thing. Yeah, it's not fictitious. Blood dripping down their pants. Then there were kind of simulating the actual crucifixion. And these volunteers, they do indeed nail them through their hands to the cross. And then, of course, they use they tie them. Now their feet are not nailed to the cross. There's actually a platform where they're able to stand up on it. But man, oh man, the things they go through, they say it's kind of like, an atonement sort of thing? They're on Good Friday. Just kind of ran chills up and down my spine. Some things can't be unseen, but yeah, I mean, as Brother Rambler said, Jesus went through all this so we wouldn't have to. That's the whole premise, but all right, somebody's in trouble. Kansas City Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice. They're looking for him. He's being sought by police in Dallas. An investigation into a major accident that occurred over the weekend on Saturday, according to the Dallas Morning News. They reported that the vehicle, believed to be registered or leased to Rice, was involved in a crash on the North Central Expressway in Dallas about 6:20 in the evening local time. Now, this report said police did not disclose details of the accident. I saw a separate that said 6 vehicles in total involved. But word was this was a Lamborghini, supposedly drag racing a Corvette, that led to this 6-vehicle accident. Now, Rice will be turning 24 years old on the 22nd of this month. He grew up in North Richland Hills, Texas. He actually attended college at SMU. He recorded 79 catches, 938 yards with the Chiefs, with the team leading 7 touchdown receptions in 16 games after being selected by Kansas City in the second round of last year's NFL draft. Okay, and of course, he was part of the team, winning their second straight Super Bowl a few weeks ago. But so, I don't know. He's kind of on the run. I mean, if they know who it is now, he's going to have to turn himself in, right? You can't outrun the long arm of the law. Kia recalling more than 427,000 of their Telluride SUVs due to a defect that may cause the cars to roll away while they're parked. Where's my car, dude? Dude, where's my car? According to documents published by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, the intermediate shaft and right front drive shaft of certain 2020 to 2024 Tellurides may not be fully engaged. Over time, this can lead to unintended vehicle movement while the cars are in park, increasing potential crash risks. So they've decided to recall all 2020 to 2023 model year and select 2024 model year Tellurides. Improper assembly is suspected to be the cause of the shaft engagement problem. Now, with the recall covering 2020 to 24 Tellurides manufactured between January 9 of 2019 and October 19 of last year, Kia, they estimate maybe 1% of those vehicles actually have the defect. But I guess everybody's got to bring them in to be checked if you're part of the 1%. To remedy this issue, the recall documents say dealers will update the affected car's electronic parking brake software and replace any damaged intermediate shafts free of charge. Owners who have already incurred any sort of repair expenses will also be reimbursed. In the meantime, drivers of the impacted Tellurides are instructed to manually engage the emergency brake before exiting the vehicle. You can confirm if your specific vehicle is included in this recall and find more information on the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration site and or Kia's recall lookup platform. News you may need. Eagle had something else on his mind this morning. Yeah, what you got for us?
Yeah, Steve. I wanted to ask you before I get to one last story about this illegal immigrant. What do you, the studio that you're in? What do you call that? The Eagle what studio?
The hot side. It's the hidden, the hidden bunker. Yes, secret bunker.
But I thought that don't the product that they use is it called is there something? Is it called Eagle something? The product.
Oh, the parent. Yeah, Hot Shot Secret or Lubrication Specialties was purchased by a company called Gold Eagle. Gold Eagle is the owner, our parent company now.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Because I've noticed, when I look at you on Facebook, I don't know. Maybe you got it somewhere where it's not located. I don't see no pictures of no eagles or anything in your location where you at right now. But I was looking at something on the internet. I'm checking into it a little bit more. But if I can get my hands on it, I might try to send you. It's like a photograph of an eagle with an American flag. Maybe I'd like for you to. Maybe you could put that in the location where you're at. You could a flag or something. You could put it somewhere in the room that you're in. It's a good looking picture, but I don't know how to get it. But, I'm trying to look on the internet to see how to purchase it here. But I'm trying to look at it later on this week. But if I can get my hands on it, I'll try to send it to you, and maybe you could hang it in your the room where you're located at. But yeah, Steve, I wanted to tell you a story. I think you reported about that. I had talked to you about this guy before. I haven't heard you say anything. This immigrant, this Venezuelan guy that had been on the internet bragging about telling people how to stay in abandoned homes. They call it squatting, and then the local police authorities. It's real hard for the authorities to get these people out of the house once these people go and squat inside a home. Okay, well, this guy had been making TikTok videos and yelling and screaming on the video, telling people how to overtake homes and how to make money in the U.S. without working a job. And then he was telling people how to do a lot of illegal stuff, and he was he flashed a large amount of money, cash money, on a couple of videos too. From what I understand, I think, as a matter of fact, I think he was up close in Ohio or either Michigan. I think that's where they finally captured this loser at, the government. And from what I'm understanding, they're deporting him back to Venezuela. It's hard to believe that somebody could be that stupid, Steve, to come on the internet and actually tell people that he's breaking the law and how to break American life. Bad enough, the guy was already in the country illegally, and then he has the nerve to make TikTok videos telling people how to overtake people's homes and how to make money off the U.S. government for having babies and kids that they, the U.S. taxpayers' money. And his big mouth ended up, he wrote out, as my grandfather said, he wrote out a check his ass couldn't cash, and now he's on his way back to Venezuela. And I'd like for you to try to update that case, but I heard about that over the weekend, and I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, there you go. Yep, have a great morning. Yeah, I do have there's a statue. I put it front and center there. I've got a couple of bald eagles in the studio. Is that an American eagle? Yes, it is. It's a bald eagle. What do we got? 844-844-3388. Braindead had sent me the update on this last. I don't think we ever got around to it on the program. It was the story of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters winning a major victory against Yellow Corporation with the dismissal of the company's frivolous $137 million lawsuit. Now, the lawsuit, Yellow Corporation et al. Versus the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, was a blatant attempt by Yellow to undermine the rights of workers and discredit the Teamsters. The union vigorously defended their position and challenged the meritless breach of contract claims that were filed by Yellow. Ultimately, the court agreed with the union's position that the lawsuit be dismissed. The statement from the General President, Sean O'Brien, said, after years of corporate mismanagement, Yellow still never misses an opportunity to embarrass itself or bring further shame to what used to be one of America's strongest freight carriers. Yellow's greedy executives drove this company into the ground despite enormous selfless sacrifice from the workforce for decades. This lawsuit represented mismanagement's desperate last-ditch attempt to save face, but they failed yet again. Despite taking $5 billion in wage and benefit concessions from the rank-and-file Teamsters since 2019, a $700 million federal government bailout, they filed bankruptcy in August of last year, but not before paying out millions of dollars in bonuses to those failed executives. Yellow Corporation enriched its attorney in the now dismissed lawsuit. Meanwhile, Yellow's attorneys with Kirkland and Ellis, LLP, are working to deny the WARN Act claims from workers that were hurt by the company's bankruptcy. While Yellow abuses the legal system by filing bogus claims against the Teamsters, the lawyers are actively working to attack retirees and deny workers what they're legally owned. Fred Zuckerman says we will continue to fight to ensure workers are protected and the abuse by Yellow's executives and their opportunist corporate lawyers are put to a stop. But yeah, the lawyer fees, those numbers really add up, and those lawyers are still getting paid, aren't they? Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, heading down the home stretch. Or as Rick in Columbus likes to say, round and third headed for home here on a Monday morning, April Fool's Day. Be alert, be alert. A lot of pranksters out there today. Meanwhile, on a more serious note, no joke, engine maker Cummins, just a few weeks ago, agreeing to pay a settlement to California authorities resolving accusation of violates of the state's emissions control and certification requirements. The California Air Resources Board and the California Department of Justice announced that Cummins has agreed to a $46 million settlement for emissions violations. CARB says Cummins made undisclosed changes to approximately 120,000 engines in the state after CARB had certified the engines for sale. Officials also say the 2,000 Cummins engines had undisclosed auxiliary emission control devices that altered the ECM and resulted in emissions exceeding regulatory limits. They've reportedly agreed to recall and repair those 2,000 engines with undisclosed auxiliary emission control devices. CARB patting themselves on the back. At the California Department of Justice, we're committed to vigorously enforcing environmental laws, according to the Attorney General. It was just last year Cummins agreed to pay the United States and the state of California a $1.675 billion penalty to settle claims of the violation of the Clean Air Act. That was issued after Cummins allegedly installed defeat devices on 630,000 model year 2013 to 2019 Ram 25 and 3500 pickup truck engines. They also allegedly installed undisclosed auxiliary emission control devices on 330,000 model year 2019 to 2023 Ram 2500 and 3500 pickup truck engines. That's costing a lot of money, but I presume those costs are being passed on in some form or fashion. Yeah, what are the prices of Dodge Ram 25 and 3500 pickups going for these days? They ain't cheap, right? All right, one final tidbit before we get one final check on what is going to, according to the prognosticators, be a very busy Monday and Tuesday weather-wise. Potential for a severe weather outbreak getting underway later today and continuing through the night and on through much of Tuesday into Tuesday night. But all of the southern border, they continue to pour into the United States. We've had a lot of attention paid to Chinese illegals, the numbers growing exponentially into the thousands of Chinese coming into the USA. A Chinese illegal was arrested in California last week after entering a Marine Corps base without authorization and ignoring the orders to leave, according to officials. What business do you have on the base? Border Patrol's El Centro sector chief said that agents responded to a call from the base about a Chinese national entering the base without authorization, ignoring the orders to leave. A spokesman for the U.S. Marine Corps Training and Education Command said the individual attempted to access the Marine Corps Air Ground Combat Center at 29 Palms, California, without valid ID. Despite being prompted to exit at the Condor Gate by the installation security, he proceeded on into the installation. Military law enforcement were immediately notified and detained the individual. They then contacted Customs and Border Protection. He was taken into custody. Customs and Border Protection acknowledging they responded to a report of a suspected Chinese national who had driven out of the base without authorization. The subject was confirmed to be in the country illegally. His purpose and intent behind his actions. Why? What business do you have on a military base? That's what they're looking into. But there have been more than 22,000 encounters of Chinese nationals at the southern border since October 1. We're talking this fiscal year, a massive increase from 2,100 and some change in the fiscal year 2022 and a mere 450 in fiscal year 2021. So you go from less than 500 to more than 22,000, and we've got a lot of fiscal year left this year. All right, so they tell us all modes of severe weather could be in the offing starting today, from the southern plains to the Ohio Valley. Storms packing big hail may extend all the way to the mid-Atlantic region for between now and midweek. Here we are rolling into Monday. The two big days of the scope and intensity of severe weather will be today and Tuesday. Severe storms may extend along a 1,500-mile swath. Today, the risk, high winds, hail, flash flooding, and tornadic activity will extend from northeast, from central Texas to central Missouri, and on eastward to portions of southern Ohio today. The northern part of the zone, encompassing part of the Midwest, may see more than one severe storm passing over the same area on multiple impacts throughout the day. Should this weather outbreak evolve to its full potential, some of these tornadoes could be what they call the long-lived, strong, and on the ground for extended periods of time. So pay attention to your area weather for the upcoming day. Be safe out there, and we'll see you back at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight to do it again, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.